meeting of May 24th, 2022, and largely a budget meeting this evening. Welcome everyone, online and here. We are at the old community center, or small community center that we used to have our town meetings at, because we have early voting going on at Town Hall and the Commission Chambers. And so we've set up here and tried to keep all of the technology and everything relatively the same. So hopefully the stream is working okay on Facebook, etc. And I do see people in the GoToMeetings, so it looks like we are okay there. Let's do roll call. And first I see Commissioner Donner. Are you online with us?
Yep, I'm almost there. Just got stuck in traffic on I-40.
That's exactly what I thought because of that nasty construction, but we'll be glad when it's done, I guess. Okay, Commissioner Brennan.
Here.
Commissioner Powers.
Here.
And Anaya.
Here.
And I am here as well. So we're going to dispense with the invocation and the New Mexico salute to the flags. We do not have that flag, but we do have a flag for the Pledge of Allegiance in here, so we will go ahead and do that now. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just need approval of the agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Commissioner Anaya.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded by Commissioner Powers. Any comments or changes to the agenda this evening? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And just to add that we do have Commissioner Donner here with us now, so not online. And next is public comments. So who do we have here from the public online or in the room that would like to speak?
No.
Come on up with your comment if you would wish. Okay, and so on the GoToMeeting, we have Chief Lovato. We also have a caller one. Caller one, did you have any public comment? No? Okay. Great. Next, matters from the mayor, which I will forego tonight for the sake of time. And we do have a regularly scheduled meeting next week as well. So, and then next, matters from the commissioners.
What about the consent agenda?
I think the next meeting is not next week, it's the following week.
Okay, June 7th?
Yeah,
Okay.
because next Tuesday is the 31st.
Okay, good point, thank you. Time is flying by, but not that fast. Okay, so I thought that we had some parentheses of action.
We got the consent agenda next online. Can I have a different agenda?
Yeah, that's the May 17th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Remember, we lost Jerry for a week.
I don't have a current agenda then.
No, I mean, for the matters from commissioners. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Powers.
So, one of the things I want to say is I want to thank Tom McGill, who set up all this sound equipment, and this is all his gear. He loaned it to us generously to facilitate this and make this all work out. And so I want to give him a big thanks. The other is, I had this item put on the agenda regarding chip seal versus asphalt for Edgewood roads because one of our constituents who is a road engineer wrote in, Bryce Simons, and brought up a good point about, we have a lot of decisions coming up regarding whether or not we're going to pave certain roads and how we're going to do it. Chip seal has its advantages and disadvantages as well as asphalt, so I thought it would be good to have Bryce come. He's graciously agreed to come, and we can talk about this and kind of flesh it out so that we can get ahead of the curve a little bit for when we need to make these decisions. So if you wouldn't mind, Bryce?
Sure. I put together a handout because I figured it'd be worthwhile for everybody to kind of be on the same page. And I got about half an hour that I would like to talk, because I think there's some basics and some fundamentals that I think it would be good for all of us to interpret and be on the same page, so we could go from there and work there. So if a half hour would work for you all, I want to make sure first.
We might have to vote on that, I'm not sure.
Well, it's either a function of patience or how much tolerance and boredom you can stand.
Well, let's get started, let's see how it goes. If you're if it's an interesting presentation, I'm sure we'll be here.
Yeah, right. If you got somebody with a hook. Okay, so.
Hey, right.
I've got some extra copies.
Yes, please.
I'm not sure who you are. You're here, Sherry, might as well make this unanimous. Okay, I put on page 1, this is a standard design diagram that we put in the FHWA's pavement design manuals, so you can begin to get your arms around what structural loading is needed on the roadway that you're designing. And one of the things that I would like you to think in terms of, as you look at this diagram on the front page, is deflection. In other words, the thing that wears out pavements, roads, above all else, is deflections. How much do they bend when your wheel rolls over that section? And so, light loads don't bend it much, heavy loads bend it a lot. And so you can see from this table, the Class A is the bulk of what we have here. And I guess the point that I would like to make, just about everything that drives on the roads here in Edgewood area, other than 344, which is a state highway, and Old 66, which is a state highway, so they don't count here, is in the Class A. Cars don't even make the list. They're like a flyway on the railroad side. They don't hardly do anything. So as far as loading, as far as deflection, as far as pavement wear, I think for the purposes of planning for the town here, Class A would be virtually everything that we have to worry about. So then what you do next, as you keep this stuff in mind, then you go to what they call average daily truck traffic. In other words, all your payments are designed on what is the annual average of the daily truck traffic on your given road. And when you stop and think of Quail Trail here, when you stop and think of Church, when you stop and think of that, your average daily truck traffic, especially when they're really light loading, like we see in Class A there, is virtually nothing. There's almost no school buses, propane trucks, UPS trucks, they just don't count. They just don't do anything. They just don't wear the pavement. And so I think it's important that we keep that in mind as we move further down the road.
And the relevance of that is, you need asphalt for heavy loads, but not necessarily for
Well,
these kind
I'm
of.
going to get to that here in just a little bit.
Okay.
But yes, essentially kind of in a preliminary sort of sense, yes. So when you look at the average daily truck traffic, and you figure these Class A rates, they like about 0.5 stuff. If you get less than 50 average daily trucks per day on a year basis, it's system-wise, you don't even think about it. If you get over 500 average daily trucks per day, that's beginning to get to be a moderately heavy road. Not only moderately heavy, but it's also heavy. You begin to need to take that into consideration. So once again, I would say Quail Trail here is probably a pretty good issue. How many daily trucks does that thing get? 2 or 3? You know, maybe a school bus. If the school bus is going down there, okay, so that might count for 2 or 3 passes a day. So you really don't have much in terms of traffic loading on the pavements. You don't have a lot of wear. And I might also add, if you take a look at some of the national design standards, if you look at the Forest Service, where they have very, very, very heavily loaded trucks that far and away exceed the traffic load limits on highway pavements, they don't even use pavement. They use a well-graded, well-compacted base course. They use gravel. And they maintain the gravel because it's far cheaper for them to use gravel. And it holds up better, it has better structural capacity than paved roads. And that brings me to the next point, is your pavement, your structure pavement, and your pavement structure is not in the asphalt. It's not in the chip seal. Your structural pavement strength is in the base course and the subgrade. That's where your weight is. As a matter of fact, we built a stretch of highway up in Raton where we used what they call the South African method, where that entire interstate section is a very specially graded gravel that's very heavily compacted, underlain by a very, very strong subbase, so that it can hold the wear. And all the asphalt does is about 1.5 inches of asphalt on top of that. And it's an experimental section that's held up very well now for almost 10 years. So I think it's important to remember, asphalt or chip seal is not a structural component, it's a water component. Okay, so when we look at hot mix asphalt typically, I put in here 4 inches of 3/4 inch asphalt. That's an SP3 type mix. And most of the roads that I would feel comfortable with would have 6 inches of compacted base. You could get by with 4. But your asphalt mix design is very sensitive to proper design. It's very sensitive to proper oil content. It's very sensitive to aggregate gradation. And gradation, I mean how uniform is your gradation from your large size to your small size. It's also very sensitive to laydown and placement procedures. So it is a very tricky product to place properly. It's typically put down to the temperature between 310 to 340 degrees. And it has to be placed before it drops down below 260 degrees. It has to be compacted or not moving. So again, placement is very tricky. Asphalt has a relatively short useful life, typically 5 to 10 years. On lot roads like this, we probably need a bit more. But you tend to get temperature cracking, you tend to get shrinkage cracking, you tend to get subsurface wet spots, stuff like that, when the hot surface stuff. And so it begins to wear down on a fairly quick basis. So to expect more than 12 to 15 years from an asphalt pavement, I think would be unrealistic. The stretch that you got tanked up on trying to drive back with the construction back from town, that was Ted Barrella's project. He did that in 2014, and it's already pretty bad shape. It really needs the work they're doing on it. So I think it's interesting to see how quickly asphalt does wear down. It's not a long-term material by any stretch. On the flip side, a chip seal is more like, think in terms of peanut butter. You put a really soft, gooey matrix down, and you coat it completely with your peanuts until you got complete 110% coverage, and you pack those peanuts into that matrix. You roll it in, you let that matrix set up good and hard, and then you broom it off. That's your surface. So again, remembering that we're talking as a waterproofing surface, not a structural surface, chip seal works very well because you've got 100% oil coverage to keep that water from going underneath. A lot easier and a lot cheaper. You typically bed 1/2 inch crushed aggregate in the matrix. So it's fairly easy and fairly forgiving in terms of how you place it.
Question if I might. So is it more resilient than asphalt? Is that what you're saying about the?
It's certainly more flexible.
Okay.
It's certainly more flexible because your asphalt's going to be 4 inches thick. Your chip seal is going to be, well, how deep is a couple layers of rock, so inch and a half, something like that. So.
And what's the relative cost between the two?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
You're
Sorry to jump
You're
ahead.
thinking the same way I am. You're just thinking right there. Phil?
Bryce, one of the questions that I have that really should be defined is when you say gravel, your base course, that needs to be a special type of base course, which is a state spec.
Section 304.
Type, exactly. And that's what makes it, the compaction of it is the mixture that it has.
Right,
So just as a clarification, it's not just gravel. It's a-
Yeah, no, and I'm glad you brought that point up. And given time and opportunity and sufficient interest on y'all's part, I could give a whole day's course on this stuff. But I figured you wanted to get out of here sometime earlier than that, so I didn't include that. But you're absolutely right, the gradation and even the particle shape of the gravel is extremely important. So you go with the state, up to section 304, in the standard state spec, and that gives you a requirement for what that breakdown has to be.
Correct, but the clarification wasn't for myself, and Jerry knows this too, but it is for the audience that we have out there.
Exactly.
So when we're
So
talking
we're all
about
on the
gravel,
same page. Yeah.
okay, that was the only reason I wanted
And
clarification.
I hope if you think of other things I need to level out the playing field on, let's do it. Because I think it'll make our communications far more effective that way.
I'm sure we'll have some questions here when
So, now, like I say here, as we go on, with your chip seal, you can put it on a shaped, graded, compacted base, which I think we would probably want to do in most of the cases here. Or, for even your lower use roads, you can put the chip seal just on a compacted subgrade. Now, I keep using the term compaction, and compaction is incredibly important. And although many backyard contractors will tell you that they get good contraction or compaction by flooding something underwater right now, ain't so. Don't worry about it. So it needs to be compacted. There's two basic standards that it can be compacted. There's a kind of a moderate called the standard proctor, and there's a more severe called the modified proctor. It's compacted to. I think most of the stuff here would be well done on the standard proctor. If we want to be a little more conservative, we could go with the modified proctor, but it's not always the case. It's a little bit good, a whole lot better. So standard proctor is easier, and it's more than enough for here. And so when I say compacted, I mean it's measured, because if you don't measure it, you don't get it. And whether we do that just on the sub-base, or the way we do on sub-base and base course, I think that's going to be a site-specific decision. So, like I said, the main structural component will always be the base course and the sub-base. So let's lose the idea, if we can, of asphalt either being hot mix asphalt or chip seal is anything but a waterproofing member. Now, this last page, a good friend of mine, when we were up in the highway department, he was a cable engineer. He sent me some numbers that he was keeping on track from highway projects. And this has been from several years ago, so these numbers are not going to reflect today's prices, but they're going to give you a sense of relativity. And he indicates that your chip seal runs about $12,000 to $14,000 million miles with the oil base and half-inch chips, and the construction to put it in place. Base course, he says, comes at $25 a ton, but if you look at converting, I did some conversion before I came, because it's not equivalent. A lane mile, 12 feet wide, it's 1,360 tons, and it comes to about $34,000 a lane mile for the base course. Okay, so now when you look at, he said for 1 lane mile, 3-inch hot mix plus 4 inches base course is $150,000 per lane mile. Then he says chip seal over 4 inches base course is $50,000 to $60,000. That's a ratio of about 3 to 1. Now I would not be comfortable with just 3 inches of hot mix. He talks about an SP4, which is a real fine graded mix. It's a 1/4 inch mix that is very difficult, very tricky, very problematic to place properly without segregation, without cracking. I would recommend, my personal thoughts, go with what they call an SP3, which is a 3/4 inch mix. Still tricky to place, but it's a lot easier, a lot less difficult, and somewhat less prone to any kind of temperature, thermal, or segregation cracking than the SP4. And I would be inclined to go with 4 inches because it gives you the flexibility, the wearability that you want with less maintenance. Because although they talk about maintenance schedules, even with the highway department, it was all smoke. They don't maintain those things. And I don't know that I would count on us maintaining those things. So I would be inclined to build it maybe a little more robust to begin with if we can afford it, and maybe not be quite so disappointed when it doesn't get maintained the way we would like it to be. So that would be my approach. I would also be inclined to go over 6 inches of base course, not the 3 inches or the 4 inches that Jeff's recommended. But
Bryce, So it does refer to lane mile. Does that mean it's per lane per mile? So if you have 3 lanes, you have to triple this.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mhm.
But does that mean each side of the road is 2 lanes if you only have 1 lane on each side? So we're doubling these numbers?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, your average street would be 2 lanes.
Yeah, yeah. And,
Well, yes.
that's kind of so we can bring it back to
I didn't
a
know.
price per ounce sort of a thing. When you go to the store, you look at trying to get a handle on cost and stuff like that. What's your price per ounce on those, we have sausages or whatever? We're looking for a price per ounce on our hot mix versus our chip seal here and try to give a relative sense of cost. And
Yeah,
that's
so
a
I
very
wasn't
good-
sure if it was meant like 1 lane on each side was this price, but no.
That's times 2.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, kind of to keep going. So, I wanted to put this together. It's a real quick 30,000 foot look at this kind of stuff. But I think if you kind of keep this stuff in mind, kind of keep the fact that deflection kills pavements, loading equals deflection. Asphalt is not a structural component. Chip seal is not a structural component. Most of the loadings we have here in Edgewood, I'd say 97 to 99% on a strictly good level basis, would be Class A or lighter. I think we'd be very cost effective and beneficial to our constituents if we try to get as many lane miles done as we can with something that's going to work. And then if we start finding that we need to go back and revisit it because we need a little bit more effort there, we will have at least put a Band-Aid over it and we bought ourselves a little bit of time. So, yeah.
Questions then, or?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I have a question on price. So let's say for an example that we did 1 mile, 24 feet wide of chip seal. And we had it on the ground, say, for 5 years. And then a new grant comes out and we get pavement for that same mile. So what would be the cost then to add the pavement on top of the chip seal?
That's a super question. What I would do is I'd probably be inclined to go out there and I'd measure what the existing stiffness of that pavement section is. You got what they call falling weight deflectometers, and they got some other tools that they can use to measure what the stiffness on that is. And then at that point in time, you can use the existing chip seal if it's in good enough shape as the existing surface course, and then put your pavement right down on top of that. Or if you need to just put a mill on it or just strip off that 1.5 or 1.5 inches, whatever, you can do that, as long as you make sure that base course is in good shape. But were me, and I saw that chip seal were in pretty good shape, you weren't getting a lot of aggregate loss, you weren't getting a lot of cracking in the asphalt, stuff like that, I'd be even more inclined just to pave right over, at least start at that basis.
Good answer, thank you.
Yeah?
As far as as far as using the asphalt chip seal, have you also looked at the possibility of any of the modified gravel, modified aggregate emulsion surfaces, using the polymers and other synthetics that tend to not break down as fast as the asphalt does?
I'm not sure where you're getting your information with the modified asphalt. There has been a kind of an emergence on the industry over the last 10 to 15 years of what they're calling a modified asphalt, but more it's a warm mix asphalt, where they're trying to enable you to be able to put it down at lower temperatures and get your compaction at lower temperatures, so it's not as sensitive. But as far as breaking down, as far as life, the expectancy, as far as wear and tear, I have not seen much difference. It performed just about the same, and it tends to be a bit more expensive.
Yeah, there was a go-to meeting, seminar, Zoom meeting, seminar on that last week for dust control, and that was one of the things they were talking about, doing roads and parking lots, and you can actually paint lines on the stuff,
Okay.
and they'll stay.
Yeah, and there's different kinds of modifications out there. There's latex modifications out there, and there's rubberized asphalt, and there's all kinds of different things in there. So it's kind of a generic term, and it's difficult for me to interpret why respond without knowing a little bit more specifically what kind of modifications you're talking about?
And go ahead.
Ben, did you have a comment?
I was gonna say, are you talking about dust control things like lignin oil and tall pitch, things like that?
Yeah, that was part of what they were talking
So-
about. But
So these are not asphalt, these are coatings for dust control, and they are stabilizers, soil
They're,
stabilizers.
exactly, that's what they are. And I've done a lot of tests on those, but it's apples and oranges in terms of trying to get that to complete to a true bitumen asphalt base versus, like Ben saying, a lignin sulfonate or one of those devices that goes on there, because that's not even so much as, it's kind of a stabilizer, more a colloidal binder for fine graded soils and things like that, at least from what I've been, we did the tests on the lab. The thing I've also found, we did quite a little bit of testing, because I ran the lab on Santa Fe, we had the chance, because I'm a real geek, I love all kinds of these. We found with a lot of these high-powered soil stabilizer modifications and the kind of stuff that Ben's talking about, they don't work with the crap. Then they wind up costing you more to go back and replace them than you do when you put them down in the first place. So it's real careful. There's a lot of snake oils out there, and I think we want to be extremely careful with this.
I really appreciate you bringing this forward because, you know, we're gonna have to make a lot of decisions on a lot of these roads and it's always a cost benefit analysis is the best way in my experience to do this. In the road work I've done, they, you know, would look at the length of the run too, because when you're talking about the engineering costs that go into a short run of road, the difference between the material of asphalt and chip seal is gonna be negligible, but on long runs, it's huge. You know,
Well, it can be extremely huge, yeah. If you do a bunch of short roads, then you got placement and construction techniques, because you got starting and stopping joints. They're almost impossible to get nice and smooth. They're almost always a weak spot that will wear down more quickly, and so it's far better to do your long pulls, if possible.
and then the question is one of maintenance, right? We've got a report from Bohannon Houston that says the last administration has accumulated a deferred maintenance deficit of about $6 million on our roads. So we have to consider not just the construction and longevity of these roads, but what it's going to cost to maintain one or the other, depending on the class of vehicles that are going over them. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward.
You bet, and I'll be around if you want to think of something you want to ask.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bryce. Good information.
So the next item on the agenda for me is discussion and action on creating a staff position for administrative assistant for project management of construction, engineering, other temporary projects, or any alternative, the approval of going out for procurement and obtaining quotes for the services on a contract basis for the same position for less than $60,000. And the reason I'm bringing this forward is, you know, I know we started this on an emergency basis. The boat was sinking, it was on fire, taking on water. And I have been working 12 to 16-hour days on these projects. And I have found that the staff is, with all of the backlog and problems that have occurred, the staff has been working I know, Audrey, you've been working the same. And I know that you guys have full-time jobs, and so a lot of this, I'm happy to do it because there are people that went before me that did this kind of thing so that I could live, we could all live the life that we've lived of opportunity and freedom. So I'm happy to do it, but I'm burning myself out, quite frankly. And I just got over about, that took me down for 2 weeks. So I think it's a product of this overwork. So I need some help. These are temporary projects. We don't know how long this infrastructure money is going to be coming down, but I think there's going to be, it's great that the money's coming in, but what that does is create more work. Somebody's got to manage this, somebody's going to look after it. So anyway, that's the point of bringing that item forward. And I would like to make a motion that we do one or the other of these items, either create a new employee position or create a procurement for these kind of services, so that we can have discussion on this item and choose, I don't know the wisdom of which way to go on this.
Well, maybe we can have some discussion to get to the point of a motion.
So basically, I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Naya?
Jerry, basically what you're asking for is an in-house engineer, part-time or full-time, who would actually be in the office, looking at all the projects that we have and keeping us five in touch with the progress on each one of them. Is that?
Well, actually, not even that. It doesn't have to be an engineer. I'm just looking for administrative help, really more than anything on these projects. Because between managing where the grant's timing is meeting with another grant, where the work's happening, the contract documents, all of that, it doesn't need to be an engineer. I think we would pay a lot more for an engineer to do these services than we would just for administrative help. I think that would be fairly inexpensive.
Madam Mayor?
Commissioner Brennan?
Jerry, so would this be a permanent position or temporary until we get through this swamp that we're going into here?
Well, that's a good question because I have no idea how long this is going to last. You know, this infrastructure flood that's coming through and all of that and how long it's going to last. So that's one of the items that's up for debate. If we do a contract, we can just terminate it whenever we're done. If we have an employee, I guess it's a different story. But an employee would be on a probationary cycle for about a year. So that's the difference.
Yeah, because a lot of what I've been reading is that a lot of these grant opportunities that are coming up are reoccurring over the next 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And then after that, who knows what's going to be out there.
Right. I think there's a lot of different factors in the mix here. A lot of moving pieces as we're building the team. For example, I think I mentioned at the last couple of meetings that we have a candidate that I think would be great for this exact type of position, and managing all of this, because it really does take management, which I know you've stepped into, you know, kind of doing some of that. We also just filled Parks and Rec position, and then also finance manager will be filled most likely soon. Roads department director, which will be filled soon, and all of these people will have the administrative capabilities of, you know, taking on those pieces, assuming we hire people that can do administrative things. Hopefully, yes, they will be able to do those. We also have a temporary administrative assistant position that I appointed in January-ish, I think, maybe mid-January, that is available for, I think it's 6 months. But for family purposes, she does have to leave. And so we have that variable in the mix. And then we have 2 administrative positions in the front office. So there's that variable.
When you say 2 administrative positions, do you mean that are coming open?
No, that are in the front office now, plus the temporary one that the person has to leave for family reasons.
So she's leaving, and the other 2 seem to be extremely busy with what they're doing. So that has not been helpful. I've tried to access help through the existing staff, and you know, quite frankly, they're just up to their eyebrows with all the problems that have been created. We're starting to get a handle on it, but I know that the town manager position is being interviewed for, so is the clerk. So it'd be nice to have some continuity to be able to go through these projects and see them through. Because we have deadlines. You know, we have a grant that's expiring June 30. That's a little over 30 days away. So these kind of things that the staff has been so busy that there's no way they can respond on these kind of timeframes. And I've stepped into that and done it. I can't say it has not been taxing. And it would be helpful to have that kind of assistance. That's all I'm looking for. Not an engineer, not, you know, that kind of high level staffing.
The other variable too is I know that Roger Holden had been willing to work with us and did, just on a very small purchase, to help us get through some of these funding requests. And I believe he's willing to, come back, which would be something that, he could fill. That position would be invaluable as well as far as helping with that, because
Yeah.
otherwise we would be doing a procurement, but I don't think we would be doing a procurement for him. I think he would just probably work part-time.
Yeah, he's been very helpful in trying to get grants for specific projects, but not in the overall, there's just like pieces, like you're saying, there's different pieces going everywhere. But you can't run these projects with pieces in everybody's camp and managing 5 different people with their particular piece. So it's been extremely taxing to try to do it that way. And to have one assistant who is specifically tasked with items that need to happen in a continuous fashion without having to go to 5 different people, I think would be a lot more effective and efficient.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Naya?
So Jerry, are you in Morentile to look for a PM, project manager, that would oversee projects from?
Not really, and I'll tell you why. Because I think the new town manager will step into these roles to a degree as they come on. But we're talking about a transition period where a lot of things could fall through the cracks that could really hurt the town before that manager first gets interviewed, second gets hired, moves here, gets on board, gets up to speed. That could be 6 months. So we have a lot going on in that interim period. And that's why I'm thinking a temporary position, even for contract services, might be better. But it would provide the continuity in the interim period to keep these things from falling through the cracks. And then when the new town manager comes on, the finance director, they'll be doing the job that Roger Holden's been doing in terms of soliciting grants, managing the grants. And that'll be a piece I won't have to deal with. The town manager will be doing more of the project management, and he can fill in with people that, as he needs the engineers. But in the meantime, a lot could go awry, if we don't have some kind of interim help.
All right, so I got 2 things.
Commissioner Donner?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. We're gonna have to go out, even if we do a temporary person, it's gonna take 2 weeks to a month to find somebody. So either way you look at it, that puts us right up to that June 30th deadline that you had mentioned on one of the projects.
On one of them, yeah.
The other thing, you had mentioned that this person would be working with one person, not all 5. Would that be somebody that all of us would be able to utilize, or just certain?
Well, that's
commissioners?
up to debate, but whichever of us has the biggest load for temporary projects, that's what this is really for. So we've got Edgewood 7 that's going to be getting right pretty soon. We're up to the 60% level drawings for that. We're going to be in the right-of-way acquisition mode. And Echo Ridge will be completing at least part of the grant by June 30, but we've got another grant right behind it that's necessary to access to finish the job at Echo Ridge, which will be the parking area, the road improvements, etc. So that's a 2-phase. It's not going to terminate as of June 30. And then Edgewood 7 is going to be ramping up. So, and then we've got trail design with engineers. We've got the sewer plant, which will be completing by no later than probably August or September, but we're going to have another phase. We've got a second phase that's necessary. We're already up to capacity almost and we can't allow any more growth. And we've got people coming in looking at building high-density housing in areas which is going to require sewer. There's no way it's going to happen unless we get that second train built, which is a whole new project. So Echo Ridge, we've got Edgewood 7 Trail, we've got the ongoing project at the sewer plant, and then we've got a second train, which is a whole new project.
See, I'd be more inclined, instead of an admin assistant, actually kind of going along the same lines as Phil, a project manager. actually hiring somebody to do something of that sort would be more cost effective for us.
Well,
Is that, I did think the same thing as we were talking, because what I see the weakness in the process is somebody to drive the projects to get done, and I don't think admin,
who do you think has been doing that?
that's you.
So,
And a number of other people, not just you, but what I'm saying is that's the weakness, that to relieve you, administrative function can't know and do what you do.
no, and I don't expect to be doing this forever. That's why I'm saying somewhere in this transition, this will keep me from burning out before a town manager can come in and step up to the position of managing these projects with a finance director. So I've been doing both of those jobs, but this will keep that from falling through the cracks until the next staff steps up. I think if you hire a project manager now, that's going to create a permanent position that probably will not be necessary depending on the skill levels of the new town manager. Ben's got a comment.
So, as far as technical and project management, I can do those things. Echo Ridge, Edgewood 7, when there are questions in the field, I'm the one that can answer that. What is needed is not from that side. At least with anything Parks and Rec related, I can handle that. It's more the money part, the grant issue. It's that side of it. It's not the field, it's not the project management, because I can handle that stuff.
Well, there's
It's on the other side.
And there's a lot more moving parts than just that. I mean, Ben has been helpful with Echo Ridge already in terms of doing some of the project management stuff that I would be doing if he wasn't here. The other thing though is that you've got these projects that there's more moving parts. There's grant management, which is trying to get these grant agreements written in the MOUs that didn't get done. And Roger has done some of that, but not on all these projects. So you can't just, I don't have anybody to depend on ubiquitously to do all of that. And I can't assign tasks to the current staff to do that because they're already up to their eyebrows. So there's grant management, there's contract management, making sure the contracts come in, that they're there's procurement using the CES and the statewide procurement contractors, making sure that those coincide with the deadlines on these grants, and we don't put our foot in it by incurring costs that when the grant hasn't opened yet. That's been a juggling act in this whole thing. Ben knows that. So there's a lot going on besides just project management. You hire a project manager, I don't know, you're going to spend a lot of money. It might be a short period of time. It might be something the new town manager can step into. This gives us a lot of options and see what the new manager and staff look like and their capabilities.
Commissioner Brennan. Hi, Brad.
Can I speak to this a little bit? This is really interesting conversation. In my mind, it harkens me back to my days with the State Housing Finance Agency, because these are the kind of discussions that we had to have, distinguishing between what a project manager does and what a program manager does, and talking about even the architecture aspect. We have what we call project architects, but we also have what we call financial architecture. Because if you're blending multiple funding sources for programs and projects, I understand exactly what you're looking for, I think, Commissioner Powers, because those are the kind of operations that we had at MFA where we were receiving anywhere from $8 or $10 million from 10 different funding sources for one project or one program, and you have to distinguish between programs and projects. So I think what you're looking for is somebody with that kind of expertise and maybe have had experience with project management, but basically what they are program managers and understanding multiple funding sources, and you have to also understand the compliance aspects of the most restrictive compliance of each funding source, and it becomes an incredibly kind of complex thing to track. And if you lose one funding source, the entire project would collapse. So if you don't meet the whatever compliance criteria of that funding source, then you can have issues. So I think that's what you're trying to track. You need somebody that can understand the financial architecture and apply that to, you know, the projects themselves are gonna be done by engineers and contractors. So you don't need that project manager, you need a program manager. And there are people out there that distinguish between those two, so.
Right, and if they won't be operating in a vacuum, because I know what needs to happen in order to get that next grant open, and they can shepherd that along instead of me doing it, which frees me up to make sure the other projects are on track or getting initiated when they need to. So, yeah, it's a lot, there's a
The
lot going on.
devil is in the details. And again, it takes somebody who can read those contracts, not just the outgoing contracts, it's the incoming contracts. So you're gonna have contract with different funding sources, and then you're gonna combine those, and then you're gonna use that to do outgoing projects and contracts. So that's what I perceive your need is, and that's what I'm not volunteering, I'm past that. That's exactly what I did when I was the compliance manager for the Housing Finance Agency. And so I know what you're looking for. I don't know who that person is, but I'm sure there's, you know, they're not going to be an administrative person.
Yeah.
They're administrative, but they're not an administrative person.
Mhm.
That's my opinion and my experience, so.
I appreciate the input, and I've been working with Kay. Kay's so overloaded, you know, I've been trying to help her, and she's been helping me. We're just kind of winging it because there's so much to do, and try not to let anything fall through the cracks. And she's been doing a great job. I mean, we're all these projects are on track. Ben's been helping with it, but between now and the time a town manager comes in, that has, by then we'll hopefully have solved some of the problems that are distracting us, you know, and tying up a lot of our time. But, yeah, so that's all I'm looking for, is something in the interim period for that.
I just don't see how an administrative assistant that's gonna require training and all this other hand-holding for however much time is gonna help you. It's gonna be more of a hindrance than a help.
Well, it depends on if you hire an administrative assistant to an engineer or to a contractor who's had this kind of experience. You know, I had a controller in my construction company that would fit the bill exactly. I mean, she's got a great job, unfortunately, somewhere else. But, you know, that's the kind of person, if you, not just a secretarial admin, but I'm talking about admin that are familiar with some of these projects.
You hit it right on the nail, Jerry, when you said comptroller.
Yeah,
That's the title itself.
yeah.
That's what they do.
We do have the finance manager, like I said, and we have 2 interviews of people with really strong skills, I think, in those areas this week. So I think we have one tomorrow and one on Friday. Maybe in those interviews you would see their strengths that could really fit that need that we're all experiencing. And I just have to say again, you know, these are all new funding sources and new projects that are coming to fruition under this leadership, to where it's putting a lot of demand on everyone. So that's where I think, if you, from a leadership perspective, I always look at like the team that's coming, what are their strengths, you know?
Yeah, there's a long lead time, like I say, though, with getting them up to speed. Kay's inundated already, so to expect a town manager to step in within 30 days and be able to pick up everything I'm talking about, in addition to being overwhelmed with everything Kay's doing, I think is unrealistic. And betting on interviews that are upcoming is like going fishing instead of going down to the hardware store and buying the part you need. So I think I'd like to make a motion to do this. I think I'm tending toward a temporary position on a contract to do this, because it allows more flexibility. And by the time the town, that'll give 6 months to 10 months for a town manager to step in. And if they're able to pick all this up, or maybe we decide at that point to hire a programs manager or something, then that still gives that kind of flexibility. So I'm going to make that motion that we go out for procurement for administrative assistant with this kind of construction engineering background in order to facilitate these temporary construction projects until such time as, we can reevaluate going forward.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Madam Chair? Question?
With construction engineering background. Okay, yes, Commissioner Anaya.
How long would it take you to write the contract
Well, you have to go.
to describe, the position?
It wouldn't take very long to write the position description.
I have another question. Who does this person report to?
Town manager.
Yeah, primarily they have to report to the town manager, but like I said, I've been working with Kay to try to get some of this done because there's just so much to do. So they would have to, they're basically focused on the construction project, temporary project management, whoever's doing that, which could transition into the new town manager. It could be Ben Wilbank for some part of it.
So with everything, when you're saying kind of just like go to the shelf and pick one up, do you have somebody in mind, or you think Roger could do this, or is it somebody totally different, or?
No, I think we would have to put out the word and try to find somebody. I don't have anybody particular in mind. Like I say, the people I know are all working, but we would have to find somebody with that background.
And, Madam Chair, and that's one of the problems that not only are we having, but everybody else is having it too. They can't find the right people to fit the seat. And, we're going to end up doing the same thing as just trying to throw somebody in there and finding out that they're not the fix that we need. I mean, I understand where you're coming from as far as having to, working 14 hours a day, heck, that's standard for me too. I just think that, and you're right, we do need to get somebody in here ASAP, but it's all gonna be depending on what the job description is gonna say and how it's going to be, publicized in the time frame. I mean, how long have we been looking for a town manager, and we're not getting very much in response. Luckily, we've had a couple that are possibles, but we still need to talk to them too. So I mean, everybody is out there right now looking for help. All businesses. I mean, we're all starving for people to work. I was gone all last week digging up a sewer, and I do not enjoy that. So I know where you're coming from, Jerry.
Well, I've hired people in my construction business over the last 3 decades, and I can vet them quickly as whether they have the capabilities that we need or not, for a controller or an administrative contractor.
Yeah. I understand that. I can do it too. But I'm
You're
concerned.
pessimistic about being able to find somebody, is that what you're saying?
That's what I am. I just don't want to throw anybody in there.
We're certainly not gonna find them if we don't go looking.
Well, I agree with that part.
Commissioner Brennan?
I would totally support this, but it's on the contingency that we need to, we gotta have a realization that we're not gonna find anybody real quick. And just keep that in mind. It may take longer than we would like for this to happen. However, gotta look at the long road. We gotta be looking, 4 or 5 years down the road. We get that person, find the right person now, take the time to find that right person and have them in place. We're gonna operate a lot better a few more months down the road. Granted, it's not gonna help us out now. But I just wanna make sure if we go into this, that we go into the realization that this is not gonna happen overnight.
Do you think for a contract or creating a position for the long term, or?
I would say for now, started off as a contract, and as we progress, reevaluate it. If it looks like this is something that the town could use for the long run, we could then transition that contract position into a permanent position. But if we find out that going on down the road that all the pieces start falling together, we're able to actually operate because we're not trying to make up for a lot of lost time. Being a contract person, then when the time comes to end it, then it can end. But that's either way. That there gives us time. But like I said, I just want to stress that we have that understanding. It's not going to be something that's going to happen fast.
And there's always the possibility that it could, right? I mean, you can get lucky, it's happened before. But, and the fact that I know people in the industry, I can put out the word all over the place, or direct Kay where she needs to go to find those kind of people.
Yeah, if we can find a person quickly, come on.
It would be an enormous boon to
Pennies from heaven.
Yeah.
So with that, with what I just said, I would like to go ahead and second Commissioner Powers' motion.
Can we hear the motion first, please?
He did.
Again?
Oh,
No, then Audrey.
So I probably need you to restate it, and I'll write it down this time. I got the approval of procurement for quotes less than 60,000 for a person with background with construction and engineering background.
Yeah, it would be, an administrative services procurement for someone with construction or engineering background, administration-wise. So that would be a comptroller or a administrator that over construction or engineering projects.
Probably not a controller, because that's our business. We just approved the job description for a finance manager.
Yeah, okay. And then I put in there for contract basis for less than 60,000 to get it started. And like you said, Ken, we can reevaluate when we get to that point and decide if we want to make it a permanent position or go back out for RFP or something like that.
If it's less than 60, yeah, you would have to go out to RFP
If it was over.
if it was going to become over. And then if you were gonna, I mean, who knows the person, but if they wanted to try for an employee, I mean, that position has to be, first of all, created, budgeted, added to the org chart. The job description has to be written. It has to be posted internally for 5 days minimum, and everybody internally has the opportunity, and if they're qualified, to take that position. And then it can go out, and then there's a whole long process from there, as you guys know. So that would be, really far ahead. My concern still is that there's people we're interviewing right now with this skill set, and Ben just came on board for these 2 projects that you're working on, Echo Ridge and Edgewood 7.
And the sewer plant
And the water plant
and the design of trails.
So
and the
that's
design of
when we
roads.
have the engineers, and we have the one candidate for sure with really strong
Yes.
administration and engineering and construction background.
For the town manager position?
Right. So, or for a position like this,
He's the town planner.
right, engineer type, administrator,
Can-
planner, yeah.
Can I make one question,
Sure.
Madam Chair? Jerry, how about if we put this, I understand the urgency on it, we can vote on it, but I'd kind of like you and I to sit down with this other guy, and then those 2 sit down with the other guy, and then see how he would turn out.
Well, let's say that he's going to be, he's got the right background for the job. Like I said, Kay is overwhelmed, and I think she can testify to that. And it's not because of Kay, it's because there's such an enormous load of problems, backlog of things for years that have gone begging that have to be corrected. So I think it's unrealistic to think that someone would step into that position, even with the right background, because they're going to be so overwhelmed and overloaded with the current things that the town manager has to do, That's why I want to allow for an interim period to allow this transition. If we don't need this person at the end of the term of their contract, and the town manager steps into that role, fine. But this ensures against things falling through the cracks. Because you're assuming a lot. This new guy, because he's got the background, is going to be able to pick all this up.
We're all assuming at this point. How about if we, and I'm just throwing things out right now before we make a final decision on this. We have 8 engineers on staff that we just approved. And I'm sure that one of these companies would jump in and do this job for us right now. Because they have the background, they're the engineers, they know all the project management, they know the staffing they have the staffing for the funding sources.
We talked with Souder Miller, if you recall, who did the engineering on the plan of development for Echo Ridge. Their advice was to that we should do a full set of construction drawings before we start Echo Ridge. Which, how long would that take, Ben? You're an engineer.
That was 6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
Right, and we've got 2 grants that are gonna be expiring before that even could get off the ground.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm not making myself clear here. This stuff is urgent every day.
Well, that's why I'm saying maybe we could do that with an engineer. I mean, we can go ahead and pass this and try to get it, but in the meantime, let's start talking to the engineers.
That was an engineer. All we got.
No. I'm talking, you know exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying we have the opportunity now to put one on force.
You're talking
have
about
that choice.
taking one of our contract pool engineers and making them a project manager on contract services over
No.
all of our projects.
No.
That's what we need.
Right now, you need the help on Echo Ridge. You need the help on Edgewood 7.
The first phase of the sewer plant and the second phase of the sewer.
Yeah, and we got 3 candidates great that will work on the sewer plant.
Who are they?
They have 3 engineers, 3 engineering companies that are fantastic they can do the
The
sewer
problem, I
plant.
don't know, maybe you're having a different experience with the engineers than I am. You gotta drive them like a boat. They don't know about the funding sources that are coming up, how to bridge those. They don't have the urgency that we have attached to this. This Echo Ridge project would have been a complete train wreck if we'd have turned it over to an engineer. It never would have happened. Not during the time until the grants expired. I don't know, maybe I'm not making myself clear. This is like driving a nail every day, all day long, 16-hour days,
Jerry.
12-hour days.
Welcome to government.
Yes.
Well, the problem is not.
I didn't mean that.
The problem,
You know what I mean,
You know,
Jerry.
that's funny, but the problem is not government. The problem is the backlog of problems that were created by the last administration that have become hypercritical.
Again,
And
welcome to government.
we're trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat before these grants expire. Well, in order to do that, you need a little support. You need a little staff help. You know, I'm not blaming the staff. They're up to their eyebrows. That's why I'm saying this needs to happen.
Well-
Because you're looking at a train wreck. Unless you guys want to start picking up these projects and get a feel firsthand for what I'm saying and spread out this load. But I don't think that's going to happen because our backgrounds are all different, right? And I know you guys have jobs. So like I said, I'm happy to do it. It's just, I need a little support. I don't think it's too much to ask.
Okay, so now
Commissioner Donner.
yes, sorry, Madam Mayor. We keep speaking for the town manager and our staff. Why don't we hear directly from them
Sure.
what kind of bandwidth they have to provide that support for you, Jerry? And any of the admins that we have, is there any bandwidth that we're able to provide?
I honestly believe that admin assistant is not going to do that.
I agree.
That portion. You need somebody who's educated, is, how should I say, at the beginning of their career, and has the ability to do mental gymnastics, and understand the financing, and be able to understand the contracts and agreements. And, you know, to be honest with you, we have advertised for admin assistant for 3 weeks. We don't have a single candidate that we were going to talk to.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, I think it might be easier to have an admin assistant to help the staff, the higher staff, and then perhaps free us to do some of the program management. That was my specialty at Newnan, was program management. And you can, it's going to be difficult to find somebody, maybe that person will just walk in, apply, but it is going to take time to find that person. And so we're seeing that there is a difficulty about finding even administrative assistants right now.
Yeah,
And,
just
we
remember, yeah, sorry.
We just made an offer on a gentleman that is willing to take the janitorial work. And it took us 4 months to find a candidate. And for about 3 months, nobody applied. And his circumstance is legitimate that I think he'd be an excellent employee for the town. But it took 4 months to find somebody to do the janitorial work. So the market is really difficult out there to find employees.
And this just sounds like more than a $60,000 a year job. I mean, my brother, for instance, is a program manager in construction, makes over $100,000 a year.
They have degrees in it, which you can get a degree for program management.
And he's got training. Yeah,
Well, they do.
Commissioner Naya.
Maybe I need a little clarification here for a second. Because a contract basis for less than $60,000, that means what we're trying to do is hire somebody that can work on projects that are less than $60,000. That's what I'm understanding,
No.
and that's the way the procurement is.
That's just the compensation for who we're looking for.
So,
It's a contract that'll be less than 60,000 to begin with.
oh, to pay them for 60,000. Okay, so if that's the case, then that's a possibility if we could find somebody like Ben that has his own job, has his own business, yet still by himself, and can take on something. Well, it would be part-time in their case, and we need somebody full-time.
I'm not advocating for a part-time position.
And I understand that.
But I think that he is advocating for maybe a shorter window than a whole year because he knows the town manager will come in and, other people will come in.
You know,
So that's why it would be
Okay.
less than 60 because the window of time.
Okay, I understand that part now. Why don't you go ahead and read the motion again?
Madam Chair, I want to address something before we do that.
Sure, Commissioner Powers.
I just want to address what you said. That's true what you said, that they would make a lot more money if you're replacing me what I'm doing. I'm just adding for some help. So it doesn't have to be the program manager that does it all by himself. I just need somebody that can take direction, is familiar with the terrain, and knows how to do that stuff. So I can work 8-hour days again.
I don't know that that would happen anyway. Honestly, Jerry, all of us, I don't know that that would happen anyway.
Well, I've had good help that would be able to do that, and Ben is certainly adding some to the.
That's what I wanted to mention, I have a lot of this ability. You don't need someone to do all of it. You need someone to be the bridge because of the time Jerry has, the time I have. Someone needs to be that bridge and just be watching all this stuff.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need someone with all of that experience and all of that background, just a piece of it.
Bryce,
Is it okay for me to offer a thought?
if there's no objection from the commission, our operating resolution does allow us to hear from members of the audience.
Okay. Just a thought that might be worth contemplating. If you're willing to trade experience and time on the job for enthusiasm and energy and attitude, it might be worth considering going to the university's school for construction management for either a master's student or somebody who just recently graduated and be willing to take this on. And we've got skills, we've got people, we've got a lot of support capability to bring them on board, and I think you might get a really good candidate if you look at that direction.
Excellent idea.
Madam Chair, can we go ahead and hear the motion again
Okay.
for the record?
So the motion was to approve procurement for administrative assistant services with construction or engineering background in administration for less than 60,000.
And background could include education.
Yeah,
as
that's
well
what I
as
was just gonna
experience,
say.
right?
That gave me an idea.
You know, I see so many moving parts of all of this changing. I do think that there is value in drawing on resources, various resources to get things done. I am hesitant to keep adding administrative positions, so there's that concern as far as, we don't have applicants even for the one we have posted. So maybe the procurement of a, short-term contract is the answer here, because it is short-term and they're on contract, so it's not committing the town to a whole nother administrative position, because we already have administrative positions. And it's for the specific purpose of, sorry, Ben, I didn't really quite understand that bridging gap. Like, he could just talk to you. I don't understand the bridging thing, but
It's not bridging between me and Ben. It's bridging the gap when Ben can't do something and I'm overwhelmed, and somebody that can fill in and do it.
Yeah, like I said, out of the field project management details, I can do all of that. It's the making sure that the MOUs and the money and the timelines of the grants are met for all the projects.
Yeah.
Not just, specific details on projects, that's all things that I can handle. It's that overarching,
grounds management.
mostly the grants and the timelines and all that, and I mean, figure those things out, but the time is a problem.
And it's not just grants management, as I was saying before, it's the procurement of the CES and statewide contractors. The contract approvals, make sure that they meet the criteria. It's the timelines, performance before the grant expires, and then phasing it so that it rolls into the next grant. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. It's not just that one. It's not grant management.
It's a lot of moving parts. Well, because he's saying he can handle what's in the field. We know that CPOs in the office have to do the procurement. We know that finance has to do the financial part.
But all of that has to have input from somebody who knows all of the spheres that are being contacted here. You know what I'm saying? So,
You,
yeah.
which is you. Okay. Well, what other comments, questions, discussion?
Can you change that to add contract instead of
That's-
administrative assistance?
That's the motion that I made, was for contract.
And you can alter if you want to.
Wait, for what now?
What do we alter?
Instead of administrative assistant, put it for contract services.
Oh yeah, it is for procurement, so not an employee. It's for procurement for.
Yeah, but you read in there, administrative assistance, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, because that's what's on the agenda, so.
Yeah,
I mean, we
conflict.
can either change the language and come back next time, or,
We'll build that into the description of the services. I don't know what else to call it. You could call it comptroller services, you could call it, it's administration of these projects is really what it is.
Okay. Commissioners, anything else?
No,
So we have a,
I think we've hashed that pretty good.
yeah, we've debated that one pretty well. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor to approve procurement for an administrative assistant services with construction or engineering background and administration for less than $60,000.
And I'll restate my second.
Okay. Anything else? We'll do this on roll call vote then. Commissioner Anaya,
Yo, aye.
Commissioner Powers,
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan,
Aye.
Commissioner Donner,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Okay. Commissioner Brennan,
All right, we briefly touched on this at our last meeting. If we do get the approval for the money for the flood control in Church Street that I requested, the amount estimated was $6 million, and it will require a 25% match from the town. When they call me again, I need to have an answer for them. Is the town willing to commit that 25% match, which would equal $1.5 million?
okay.
Commissioner Brennan, do we have to have that money up front? Do we have to have a check in hand ready to send them?
Last I talked to them, that was not the interpretation they were giving me.
Okay.
And they said, well, as we get further on, we're going to give you more information, talk more about it. Kind of like the way the federal government goes, they hold back pieces of the puzzle until the very end. But it sounds like it's going to be, as expenditures go out, we will have, if we get $10, if there's $10 coming out, we're going to have to come up with $250, and they're going to give us $750 for every time we send money out. Once again, when they get back to me again, I'll be able to have more information, and I'll be able to ask more questions.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya,
Commissioner Brennan, you already submitted one of the applications in for this project. How hard would it be to redefine the flood control? In other words, instead of calling it Church Street, that's not what it is. It's actually Bachelor Draw, that it needs to be stated on the federal application, because it starts from Bachelor and it comes all the way down to Church Street. So for $6 million, that's the draw, that's the flood control that we need to work on it. And if you just put Church Street, then that means that we're working over on the area of Church Street, which is in the design that we already have with Horick? Horick. And so that would be a conflict with the grant itself. In other words, what I'm trying to say is we need to control all of the water that's coming down from Bachelor. We can't just control the one that goes from Cactus, because that goes into Bassett's property. And we need to find ways for them to design the drainage for Edgewood. And that means Dinkle, that means, I think Venus has an issue also. So the $6 million design would be great to do the whole drainage for the town of Edgewood.
I can find out if we can expand it, but like I said, the focus of it, and Jesus was going to get the video made available to everybody. There's a video now that he's digitized. Everybody can see the situation that they run into on Church Street when we do get the heavy rains. It literally, the road disappears. It's about 2 feet of running water. It's taken down multiple fences every time it happens. In fact, one of the property owners has stopped rebuilding the fence, because every time she rebuilds the fence, Sure enough, the rain comes through and washes it out. They even had a power pole where the ground around it was undermined so much, they had to bring in a truck to hold the pole in place until after the flooding stopped, or the pole would have fallen over. And that's why the focus was to put on Church Street. And one of the ideas that I had addressed was not just controlling the flood waters, but retaining that water for use, whether it be for livestock or for regenerating the aquifer.
And excuse me, Madam Chair, Commissioner Brennan, the water doesn't, I guess my point is the water doesn't come from Church Street.
No, it goes across Street.
It just
It goes across Church Street.
So the water
takes it
comes
out.
all the way down from Bachelor Draw. So I'm just trying to define, when we get the grants and stuff, what its purpose is for. And if it just says Church Street, that's where that funds has to stay. So we want the money. You're doing a great job there. We just wanted to find
Strings.
the definition of the draw.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Powers?
I have a kind of similar question, I guess. I'm just wondering about this. We started out, the last administration was gonna pave church for like 500,000.
Yeah.
And then they found out that there was this drainage problem. And the engineering company estimated then it was going to be about 1.1 million with fixing that drainage problem. So I'm trying to figure out, how on earth they're gonna spend $6 million on this, and why we would wanna put up $1.5 million on the whole job, given the grants we had was only gonna be 1.1 million. So I'm wondering, like Phil, I guess, is there more to it than we know, or is it a bigger project?
Well, the project is bigger than what it was originally, because we extended it out to retaining the water, which diverting the water and running it through culverts just to send it on down the road someplace else is a lot cheaper than retaining it. But by retaining the water, we get the use of that water, and it can benefit the area.
Okay.
And like I said, rather retaining that water into a retaining pond, where that water can be used for for livestock, or by digging the recharge wells to where we can actually get the water and send it back down to the aquifer. I mean, both are going to cost more than just rechanneling it.
I see. Before we commit to spending $1.5 million of our operating budget on something like this, is there some way we could get a kind of a comprehensive scope of what we're doing or committing to from these guys?
Yeah, and I can get some more information when they call, and see if we can also expand.
The engineers?
Well, part of that money that we're going to get is going to go into the engineering for that retention of the water.
Design build.
Design and build. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we are missing on here, unfortunately, the ability to take action.
Sherry.
Just a moment and I'll get right to you, okay? So I thought we had a draft that had the discussion and action, but we don't actually have action on here, so we're gonna have to make any decisions at a future meeting. I think it's, fine that we have the topic on here and everybody's aware of it and can give feedback. But as far as a decision, we're gonna have to hold off on that, and the same thing with item C. And so let's see here. Next, I wanted to talk about the federal appropriation language. They will be flexible on that until it actually comes down to the approval of the language itself, right? So I don't see that as being an issue so much. But what I'm confused on is, like, where would this collection and area be, and on whose land, and how is it $6 million, and those types of questions. So because it really needs to be, Dinkle and Quail is a terrible area. I mean, that's
And
Comes right off of Bachelor.
Right off of Bachelor in Church Street, because I used to live right there for years and years, and I've seen it flood a couple times, like twice, and it does get pretty bad. But I mean, do we want to spend $6 million just right there?
Madam Chair, because one of the alternatives we have, right, is we could proceed with what Aurochs was proposing, which would be like 1.15 million, which fixes, but like you said, Ken, it sends it on down the pike, right? It doesn't really, they could do some things to distribute it and slow down the velocity, but, and spread it out a little more, which would help. So that's an option. The other thing is it an option to take that 6 million and run that back down to something reasonable that's, you know, maybe less intense, like 2 million, and then we do a match for, what is that, 15% they're asking?
25.
25. 2 million be a 500,000 match.
50.
You know, I mean, I'd like
Yeah,
to
because
explore
then-
it.
Then we could get church done.
Right, then we could get it done, but we wouldn't be committing to such a huge, you know, operating budget expenditure.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let me get to former Councilor Abraham.
I just wanted to remind you guys all, there was a drainage study done of the whole area, you know, that needs to be looked at to see where do you need to address the water coming down from, and what suggestions do we already have? What, you know, they've already given us some estimated, you know, amounts and stuff like that. So maybe you use the 6 million all the way down and do, you know, you start where it is and go down like that and matching it as you use it, if that's an option. But I think you guys really need to, and maybe send that drainage study report to them so they can see what we already have and what we're dealing with.
They would want that because that's what they're asking for on the water treatment plant in Lujan's office. And I did request that drainage study like a couple years ago, and Tom Torres gave it to me, so I could dig that up, or he could dig that up and see. Because I am curious about like where, you know, where would this retention be, and would it go over to Dinkle and solve that problem as well? Yeah, and on whose land, right?
Do you remember, Madam Chair, do you remember who did the research?
Bohannon just recently.
Who?
No,
Bohannon did one recently that we accepted.
oh, a recent, yeah,
Yeah.
there is a recent one, but there was another one previous to that too. Because we were kind of, oh, you're not thinking of the roads, right? You're thinking of the drainage, the water? Okay. So yeah, that, Bohannon would probably be able to provide that one, because I don't think I have it. It might be in a packet somewhere, but,
I think I have the big book somewhere.
okay.
File.
Okay,
Madam
yeah,
Chair.
that would be great. Commissioner Powers?
I just want to throw one other piece of information in. One of our constituents called and was talking about this issue around these drainage around church, and pointed out that we have upcoming improvements planned for 344 and I-40, and that some of the problems that started this issue with church, he believed related to, it was created when they did that off-ramp onto 344. So with the proposed interchange coming that may deviate from where it is now, all of that might be solved by the State Highway Department. We could let them do it. Give them a copy of this drainage study, point out the origin of those drainage problems, and let them fix what they created, you know?
That's a really good point.
It's another possibility.
Okay.
So I think the thing that we want to know is whether we can allocate that 6 million to a different project, or to a different flood control project.
Yeah, just take out the Church Street stipulation.
And I know just from the stuff that I've been working on, when it comes to the government, they're gonna want to plan on what it is exactly that you're wanting to do in the plan that you have to do it.
So that report will be helpful.
Because then we can show that that one's already been done, and maybe.
So
we can
maybe let's
allocate
get it in our
somewhere else.
next packet, and we'll get it on for action and see.
Okay.
So let's get all this information and verify that they're still willing to change the language. It's just that it's gonna have to be quick because actually, come to think of it, their appropriation deadline is the end of this month. That means a special meeting. Darn it.
The end of May.
Yeah, I've been on the phone with them all week and I know they've been contacting you too. Why don't you find out if theirs is really the end of this month? Because
Okay.
the House and the Senate doesn't, which one?
This is Senate.
This is Senate? So yeah, Senate is this end of this month. So we're gonna have to have a meeting. If that's something we wanna do. I mean, you know, 'cause I don't wanna leave them hanging or have them apply for something that
Right.
is too much money for the one little road or, you know what I'm saying? Like it seems like it's more of a broad, fix, not just right there on Church. So I'm worried about the legislative language. So, okay. All right, so guys, we can plan on that. And then I did bring dinner as promised, so we can proceed with Donner's topic, or eat, whatever you guys want to do.
Mine will be pretty quick.
Okay.
So I've been talking to.
Oh, hold on, just 1 second.
Real quick, Stephanie Lord, the state rep, is on the Facebook Live and says she can't hear. I don't know if that's something we can try to address.
Okay. Oh, on Facebook?
Yeah, she just commented right here.
Can't hear any of the commissioners or,
She can't hear
I
on
don't know.
Facebook. It might be the iPad situation.
can we just take, maybe Sterling, go ahead, I'll just call Stephanie and ask her what the problem is, maybe I can help with it.
Do you want to take 5?
Ask her if that's
Just
better.
take
This
like
place,
5?
this is a little unplugged. So maybe that helped it, the jacket come out.
Oh, on the mic?
Yeah,
Maybe so.
I don't know if that was the issue or not.
Okay, I'm getting texts from other people on the stream so they can hear, so.
Maybe if they can hear now, I just barely pushed that all the way in. It had popped out a little bit.
That's
I
the
wonder
way,
if
that's the
why.
way you want an engineer running your video.
Yeah, exactly.
Ralph's
Okay.
saying he can't hear either.
That's
Ralph,
interesting.
Phil.
Huh.
Get on GoToMeeting.
Tell them
Get
we
on the
have 20
go-to
seats.
meeting link.
Yeah.
That way the
Call
rest
it
And it may be the internet where they are, you know, that's the other side of it, that happens.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up. I don't know if it's something we can fix, but.
No, thank you for bringing that up. That's a good point of order.
Speaking of
And
internets,
so
let's
go
go.
ahead. Anaya, what did you say?
I said, speaking of internets, let's move on to Sterling.
Oh, let's move on to Sterling. All right.
Yeah. So I have been talking with the USDA funding. It's the Reconnect program. There's no deadline on this program. They have almost $1 billion available.
For New
35. Well, no, for the whole country. But, 35 million is our kind of our cap that we can access. Through the preliminary application process, they look at a variety. They looked at a variety of different things, and that's how much of the town has access to broadband wireless internet, and then the strength of that. I know that where I used to live off of Windmill, for the longest time I couldn't get more than 10 megabytes per second. I know that Phil has struggles with that where he's at, and I know a majority of the town struggles with either poor internet connection or not much internet access at all. So preliminary wise, they said that we would be approved for about $15 million. And it's kind of like a pre-approval. There's a lot more that has to go into that. They'll send people out. They'll do like a more in-depth survey on how it is. But this is just looking at our local area. And then I had an interesting conversation with his name is Rand Toll. He's in the broadband department up in Santa Fe. He helped me submit the information, an RFI, request for information, for the Middle Mile program. What it is it's a state-run program that they will come out and tell you exactly what you need and how, and the grants that are available both state and federally, and help you actually go for those grants. So there's a lot moving here, but preliminary wise, it's USDA will actually go out for bid on who can build the infrastructure here. So it keeps us from getting in trouble with the donation clause, the anti-donation, and puts it on the federal government. So I think they bring in 2 different internet providers usually. This program was done in Acoma Pueblo, Laguna Acoma, and it was highly successful. Most of Laguna Acoma is getting 100 plus megabytes per second internet in one of the most rural areas of New Mexico. Being that we're not far from Albuquerque, we should have better internet. So,
That's a good
I
question.
do know, just a moment, so I do know that a couple community members mentioned they would prefer fiber laying in the ground rather than the actual, wireless piece of it, which Plateau does. Plateau does do.
yes,
So-
but Plateau as a private company would have to make that investment. Like we can't,
No, but they would bid on the work.
if they choose to.
Yeah.
Yeah. They would have to choose to
Mhm.
do it. I know that Phil and I have both had conversations with Plateau, and they haven't really gone very far. So
What do they say?
that they'll get back to us, and they never do.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's a circumstances probably, but.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but yeah, it's Plateau is one of many
Mhm.
that can provide that service. So.
Okay.
In the rural areas, I mean, since it is nice that we do have fiber running through parts of Edgewood, it's a little bit easier for some of these companies to justify running fiber to other parts. But wireless is more than likely what we're going to end up getting.
Commissioner Powers?
I guess I was gonna ask, how does that stay clear of the anti-donation clause if we're getting grants for this?
So the federal government will actually handle the majority of the grant money. What we do is we put together the plan, and they execute that plan.
And who do they pay the grant money to?
The construction companies that make the contractors.
And who owns the backbone then? Is it the federal government? Or?
No, it's private. It's still private. So any buildings that need to be built for, let's say, for instance, Verizon came in and brought in FiOS, Verizon would own those buildings. It's money that the government is giving these companies to incentivize them to move to rural areas.
I see.
It's a rural area, grant program with USDA.
And there's a variety of different ones. We're about 90% of Edgewood doesn't have higher than like 20 megabytes per second.
Yeah, I believe
So that we actually will qualify for like a full grant. We still have to match a portion of it, but it's laid out similar to how we were discussing Brennan's. Once they release money, we match. Like if it's 250,000, we match X amount.
Okay, so any objections to the state providing us some more information on this, and then we can bring it back on the future agenda? You can just let the administration know when you're ready to put it back on.
Yeah. In the middle mile project, I think it should be USDA is not going anywhere. Like I said, we've already been pre-approved. But this middle mile program, basically, they do all the legwork for us on what it is that we need infrastructure-wise, and they provide what grants are available for those.
Is there a deadline of any kind on this?
The RFI I've already hit the deadline for the RFI, so that's already taken care of. I've already sorted that. I think, Bryce, anybody have any objections to Bryce's comment.
Just one quick question. Do you, it may be premature, but do you know if there would be a data cap? Or a high-speed data cap, or is that too far ahead?
I don't know. I can ask.
Because I'm wrestling with that right now.
Yeah, I can ask. I'm not 100% sure. I know that they, for the Reconnect program, their goal is for everybody to have at least 100 megs. And I think 25 download. So I mean,
Okay.
I don't know if their goal is to have no less than that.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think that we should break now to have some food.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner and I.
let's do D first, since it's on the schedule.
Oh, sure, I didn't know that you had anything. Commissioner Anaya, do you have something you'd like to share with us this evening?
I most certainly do,
All right.
but for the lack of time, I defer mine till next week.
Okay.
Now we can take a break.
Okay, now we just finished D, so
Yes.
thank you. We're gonna pause this recording online and take probably 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll be back on.
To have dinner, and just so that the audience out there, we're gonna invite our locals here to join us. So
Yeah.
we won't put you through the agony of watching us eat, but we'll be back on here in a little bit.
Stay tuned.
Coming back into order, 7:13.
It's asking if you want to delete it.
We're just bringing up the Facebook live feed now. Did you guys get enough? Help yourselves to more?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. We good? Good? All right. Under discussion and action items, approval to go out to RFP for audit services. Our clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, we did have a 3-year contract with the current audit services that we just completed our last audit with. But I understand that there is a conflict of interest, so we need to go back out to RFP. I'd like to go out for a multi-year contract again. You're not bound to that for the 3 years. You do it each year individually, so, you go out. It would be a year-to-year on that contract. I would put that out soon and then come back and ask for committee to evaluate the RFPs.
Okay. And I did want to add to that we should now do 2 4-year increments because the state auditor updated to 8 years, that we can use the same audit firm. So we should do the term for 4 instead of 3 this time.
Okay.
And the other thing that I saw that was of concern was just the large fee increases. And so I think that it's probably good just to go to the market and see, what's out there right now and kind of go from there. So I'll make a motion to approve administration to go out for RFP for audit services.
I'll second.
Donners. Commissioner Donner seconds. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Approval of job description librarian. And so we did have clarifications, thank you for those in email. On page 2 of the qualifications for librarian, And Andrea, if you wouldn't mind coming up to this mic here so the public can hear you.
Step up to the mountain.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the only reason why I am recommending to strike that special qualification is because as of 2017, the Mexico State Library only allows the chief librarian or library director of the New Mexico Library to be eligible for any level of state certification. The qualification is no longer appropriate for the library job description as the library operations manager position serves as a chief librarian right now. And I sent a link for extra information to the state library. So even if Rachel wanted to get the certification from the state, she would be ineligible as she's not the chief librarian. And I just wanted to make sure and update that in her job description so it wasn't a requirement of her job.
Any questions?
I guess I have one, if I might.
Sure. Commissioner Powers.
So I guess I'm a little confused. You usually have a head librarian, but you have a manager, librarian operations manager, or is that because we've created that position? Or?
So whoever serves as the chief librarian is the person who is required to get certified by the state library if they don't have a master's in library science.
Okay.
So as it stands now, I'm the quote-unquote chief librarian. So I do have certification too. I achieved that in October 2009. Because I do not possess an MLIS or a Master's in Library Science. I have a Bachelor's in Business. So I was able to obtain certification through the library. It's simply to let the state know that I know how to run the library and I know how to do provide library services in an ethical and moral manner and librarianship.
I see. And you have to get recertified every so often, or no?
No.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the job description with the modifications to page 2 qualifications.
Second.
Or I'll entertain a motion. Do you want to make the first?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I make a motion for approval of the job description, librarian, with the modifications to page 2 qualifications.
Second.
Commissioner Brennan seconds. And I repeat that because they can't tell the difference between you guys on the minutes sometimes. So
I
sometimes
made the
I'm
motion,
always...
he seconded.
No, I know, but that's why I say your names.
He seconded.
Okay, any other questions, concerns, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Next. Okay, so items C and D really should be taken together. At our last meeting, we did authorize the administration to proceed with the preliminary feasibility form grant requests of these 7, okay? However, we did not prioritize them, and so we have additional items down here in item D to consider, along with items in C, and some of them are duplicated, in order to prioritize them. And so I guess it's the pleasure of the commission what we think is most important. And if I could suggest, maybe we pick the top, the top maybe 7, 8, 10 that we know right now. And some of them we've already determined, such as the widening of 344 and extension to Frost Road is high priority. So maybe we just pick the ones that we know already, and then the others, if they relate to any strategic planning or something like that, that we hold off on those.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Powers.
So I was looking at these items on the agenda, and I have a concern about it in that the comp plan was adopted in 2008 and it was revised in 2019. The Edgewood's Common Plan, which is the Section 16 conceptual plan, was adopted, I believe, in 2014. And it was, the whole idea was to make Section 16 a town center, which Edgewood didn't have, because it was developed as a suburb. It was adopted, in 2014. So the whole concept is that everything would feed into Section 16, including the connected trail systems. And what I'm seeing here is that there's a huge omission in trying to prioritize, because we have nothing on here that really, I mean, Frost Road doesn't connect up with 716, Section 16. Windmill Road trail design does not. Edgewood 7 does, because it connects under I-40 with the 344 trail that goes along the west side of 344 up to Section 16. So the whole concept was to get the residential areas connected through a trail system, and that would allow children, right, to make their way toward the recreational facilities, the town center, Section 16, which would necessitate trails along Venus, which is the northern boundary of Section 16, including West and East Venus, and then Dinkle Road, which feeds right into Section 16 at this corner, or at the where the town hall is, and then also Church Road, which has a lot of feeder areas that could come along there, and Lone Pine will be there. Lone Pine is going to develop eventually as a high-density housing outfit. So I'm just concerned, because if we prioritize these things and leave those out, I mean, we're kind of like leaving out what should be our main priorities in keeping with the public process.
Just a second, Manager Davis.
2 weeks ago, I had an email from Channing from Mr. Hogg. He was asking the priorities of our grant applications at that time, and I researched back to April 30th meeting where we had, and so I had given him 3 top lists for your information. The first one is the 344 widening, and the second one was the Bassett Road interchange, and third, I believe, was Barton Road. I think I copied some of you on that email, but I just want you to know I did answer the request that was given to me at that time. So this was prior to knowing that this list was coming out.
Yes, and that was something that we voted on in the public meeting at that time, so that's a good point. Okay, Ben.
Commissioner Powers, to address your concern about the trails around Section 16, there was a separate grant submitted by Nina McCracken, took the lead on that. That was before I came on board. I helped her with a map where we wanted it, and that grant included trails along the south, Section 16 along Dinkle, the north along Venus, and that piece that's missing in front of the town hall along 344. So the trails around there have been submitted with a separate grant.
Okay.
It doesn't address all of your concerns, but that is, all of those ones were submitted on a separate one.
No, I appreciate that information. So my question is, and my understanding is on these grants, and this may not be right, but that if you prioritize them and they run out of money after a certain, priority, the rest of those won't get funded. So does this thing have an order in priority, the one you're talking about?
No, that was a separate.
That was a separate funding source. Do you remember what that was? That was before I came on board. I just helped with the map.
Yes, so for that one, I was going through Economic Development Department. It was specifically for trails, and we knew that Section 16 had that. And we were trying to connect the funding from SMEs on the on the Edward 7 and the legislative appropriation to Section 16. And so that was a priority through Economic Development Department, which is totally separate than this.
Good.
So this is what I see through Mr. Cog as roads.
Okay, so that helps my concern about that, because that's a separate, and we're not gonna be knocking section 16 down in priority. But it doesn't include yet trail systems for East and West Venus, Dinkle Road, and Church, which could feed into section 16.
Yes, and also, conversation I had with Brad Hill as well, you know, there's maybe a couple other things that should be in here also. And I don't know if that puts this on pause, if we want to get together more before that is finished or not.
Okay, so Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, and there's also projects on here, there's a couple of projects here that aren't even feasible.
Right.
One's not even in the town of Edgewood.
Yeah.
One of them is mostly outside the town of Edgewood. So I think that there are priorities. I really think we do need to look at the comp plan. The comp plan process will initiate again in 2020, this year. The next fiscal year is the initial start of our next comp plan. So we have an opportunity to really kind of work together, and Ben came, you know, we both agreed that this needs to be a collaborative effort between the road department, Parks and Recreation, Planning and Zoning, you know, the commission obviously, and broaden these. These are geographically located primarily in a very small section of town. And most of the town is not benefiting from these projects. So
Yeah.
I think we really do need to reevaluate.
Yes, and I was going to ask you if you know how this particular list was created.
So this is the list of PFF, project feasibility forms, that Roger Holden created while he was here on the contract. That's where these ones came from. So you know, he worked on sending all of these to Mr. Cog, and they want a priority list of those. So that's why, you know, it's probably not comprehensive, because he had all he could do while he was here,
And then he
had
already
his
had
contract
plans
was up.
to be out of state. But I think were these things that they had already envisioned in the past? Or do you know exactly where these projects came from?
Cannot speak to that. He was already working on these when I started. I don't
Okay,
know if,
for
I don't know if
example-
commissioners, you guys were giving him those, or if those.
No. Skyline Road, for example. Does anybody know where that came from?
Madam Chair?
Oh yes, that one is an intersection. That was. That,
Oh, that's
I know-
right. That one came from where the
and again,
visibility.
number 7, 12, and 14 are all now combined into one project, which is Route 66.
That's right. Okay.
So yeah, we had talked about that in the last.
And that was a safety, public safety actually,
Yes.
issue on that one, on those three. Okay, and then Edward 7 is, we already know that one. Mountain Valley, we already discussed that. Now, North Frontage Road, 344 improvements. That one is the one that DOT presented 3 options to us with, like, going around Dairy Queen or coming back out on the frontage road or going through Racks. And so that one, I'm not sure if that is even a priority right now. What do you guys think?
What number are you on?
1. That's where DOT have
Yeah.
provided those, I think 3 options
Yeah.
for us. And
Can I back out a little bit, and just so I get the context of what we're doing? Is there some deadline that we have to prioritize these to the funding agency? Is that what this is?
it sounds like he did the preliminary feasibility forms for Mr. Cog,
Uh-huh,
and we have to give them order of priority.
okay.
And so if there is something that, I mean, I'm just trying to take process of elimination right now, okay?
All right,
So like Appaloosa and Steeplechase, well, the commission already voted, the council already voted and committed the town to paving those. So but everybody agrees that we would love to get grant money instead of operational. So it appears to me that those need to stay up on the list. We already discussed 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, 7 is already, you know, that's a priority already, we have funding, 7, 12, and 14. So then I was trying to just go through here and say, okay, are there any that we want really low priority, or even to take off the list, perhaps?
Am I missing one here? I thought Bassett Boulevard interchange was on here.
That's number 3, which is the second priority.
Okay, County Line Road, they're calling it.
That's right on the county line,
Okay.
Maybe,
Torrance and Santa Fe.
and we did discuss Mountain Valley Road improvements, because it needs a stoplight there, and, Edgewood 7, do we need more money on Edgewood 7?
That was, for the trails, and,
We need more
I
than
thought
we
we
have.
had,
Ben, do you know how much is on the grants right now on Edgewood
We
7?
have the 582 that can be used for all trails. I would imagine this construction would be more than that, and the 582,000 being able to be used for all trails, I don't know if we want to dedicate it just to this one. I think we can have a separate grant for it, because there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, if you want to call it, with smaller things that we could do to connect the trails we already have, and that could be a better use, whereas this is a dedicated project, you know, point to point, and you know, the design is already at 60%, so it's kind of already on that track.
That's a good.
That was the thought behind that one.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Madam Chair, you guys should have all received a copy of the 60%ers for Edgewood 7. Have you all reviewed those?
I don't remember receiving that.
It was an email, but I don't recall who was on it, I guess maybe. But we're now up to the 60% level, which means we can ask for construction, drawing approval, and proceed to go out for bids.
Yes.
Okay, so another variable in all of this, and Commissioner Brennan, you can probably address this, but I think with any roads that we are creating or upgrading, we would want a trail if possible, right? So, and there was something about, what are the safe streets, and there was some other program?
SS4.
Yeah.
Yeah, SS4A. And that, they just released that. We have to September to go ahead and submit for those. And that is for improvements to roads that will create public safety. That would also include trails and walking areas instead of people having to walk in the roads. Improvements to intersections. Anything that, as far as public safety goes, if we have a record of the accident reports that we can show that a particular intersection is a hazard, that would also qualify for SS4A money.
What if it's a public service road? Like Appaloosa and Steeplechase are used for emergency services.
Those are, yeah, because that falls under public safety. That's included in the language as well.
So I mean, that might be, we could use.
Is it federal or state?
It's federal.
Okay.
That sounds really.
That's a 75-25.
That sounds really good for, you know, you all you have to do is drive down Church or Dingle when people are walking along there and scare the bejesus out of you. You know,
Yes.
it's really an unsafe condition.
Yes.
So maybe we could apply for that too, for those trail systems along there.
And because Steeplechase and Appaloosa are also bus routes, having those trails alongside would be hugely beneficial for our kids.
Yeah.
So maybe we put the trails that are along roads at lowest priority, if that's okay, because we still want them on this list in the case that we get state money, which is not gonna have as high of a match. And then in the case that we don't get them, then we can by, would you say September, apply for federal, but then there's gonna be a match, a higher match.
Well, if we don't apply for trails along existing roads, we'll never get them because we're not gonna, we're not gonna build it, right? Like
No,
Dingle
I mean,
Road,
I still apply, but I'm talking about priority wise.
priority, and these are all 25% match projects?
No.
No,
These are not match,
This
these are
is,
grants.
so this is state.
yeah,
This
yes,
is state.
Okay, I got it.
And what I'm saying the strategy would be, let's go ahead and put it on the list, just in case they make it down there.
Mhm.
But in case that they don't, we can still apply for the federal side of it.
On the SS4.
And,
Hey.
yeah, SS4A.
It's always
if
good to
I'm
have a
not,
plan B.
excuse me, Mr. Madam Chair.
I thought you were gonna call me Mr. Cog or something.
Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, on the federal side, the SS4A, the 25% can also come from grants. Well, it's not.
Yeah, it doesn't specify where the 25%.
Exactly, it's as long as they have 25%, so
Okay.
we can apply for grants on these too.
Yeah, I know.
So-
But do we want them high priority or lower? I mean, we have to choose something here to be lower.
We can pick cards,
You know, Brad.
they're all,
Okay, one moment, Brad.
Matter, the one I'm concerned about, Mountain Valley, I understand the danger there, but that's not in the town of Edgewood. And I don't know whether it's appropriate for the town to apply for money to improve roads that aren't in the town.
what are you talking about?
Well,
Mountain
no.
Valley,
It's in Burnell.
that's not in the town of Edgewood.
No.
It's in Burnell.
That's it, yeah, Bruno.
Yeah, this came from a discussion of DOT asking us the priorities for the interchanges. But you're right, maybe since this is not in the town, it needs to be,
We need to be working with Burnell
Yeah.
County, because when the last improvement they did to that intersection, that was Representative Smith, they got that special appropriation through the legislature. That's where that is, and we need to be able to put pressure on that. But I don't think it's appropriate for the town to apply to improve roads that are not in the town.
Yeah.
Prioritize them at all.
Yeah.
They're not within.
Yeah.
I mean, where do you draw the line?
well, no, they did ask us. And so that's okay what we did in the past. But now, I don't think we should have that as high priority for the PFF. Because that's something different. Okay.
You're right, that can fall under the
Okay.
DOTs.
All right, so that takes care of 5. And I'm going to ask my question again about number 1. So we rabbit trailed off of that, but is it a high priority for the community to do something about the off-ramp from the east where it's difficult for people to get across and go south? So the 3 plans that DOT provided to us, like I said, they went around like Bassett's Place, they went around like Dairy Queen in that area, and they would pop out, like the road would be rerouted, the off-ramp. They rerouted it to pop out onto 344 or even around Racks, I believe, or through Racks was one of them.
Yeah, that was one of the options.
One of the plans was right straight through Racks, and we're going, I don't think they're gonna like that. So, do you guys think that that should be middle, low, not on the list, high on the list?
I think it should be lower just because it's in such beginning stages that we're gonna have to do a ton of preliminary legwork before we even.
Well, it would be DOT's, not our, it's not.
And that's actually, that would also be something that would probably fall under SS4A.
So, can I make a request? And I'd actually like to make a motion on this as well. But my request first and then maybe a motion. I think we need to split these up into where these grants are gonna come from. If it's gonna be DOT, if it's gonna be state, federal,
These are all state.
then I think we need to prioritize, we need to split them up a little bit. Into priorities. Like we should
Yes.
have a roads priority, we should have a trails priority, and so on. And I know they kind of go hand in hand, but I think that I don't think it's proper to do it all in one big group.
That's what
we should
Mr.
split
Cog
it.
is asking us to do, though. And I know that's kind of not very logical, but see, we could if we put trails lower down. This is my
So
my
then
thought
I
process.
think we focus on the roads and trails. We
Trails
look at
lower
some-
down so that we can still apply for them through Economic Development Department, you know, that
Or
outside stuff that
or
there's
D.
plenty of, yeah. And then also through the SSD4 is a possibility as well. So
Okay,
that's
so then
why
I think
I'm
we take
saying,
the trails out on this one, or put them at the bottom of the list, and we have
Mm-hmm.
what roads we want at the top.
that's exactly right.
Why are the road improvements more priority than the trails?
I think for Mr. Cog, I think we still focus on them on our side through different programs. I still think we go after him on DOT stuff, but if Mr. Cog is wanting our top three,
You know,
it does that, just because they want our top three doesn't keep us from focusing on them on our own.
getting money from other sources for the trails.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm hearing that, trails would go toward the bottom of the list. And do we want number 1 at the very bottom or before the trails?
Before the trails.
Okay, so above trails. All right, and then Edgewood 7.
Unless anybody else has anything else, anything otherwise, I'm gonna make the decision on that.
No, I'm, that's kind of what my suggestion was, is that, you know, is we can have other funding sources for that.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I did insert the section from the minutes that had not been approved, but from the last one, and you had discussions on some of the priorities that you wanted, as high as priority and
But this is pretty much just where Ben explained to us about each different project that was proposed. So, like, for example, Windmill Road is a dead end. There's no parking there. The idea is to purchase vacant land on the south side and create a trailhead to make the road accessible. So,
Yeah, the issue you run into there, though, is it's Torrance County. We would have to annex whatever we would purchase. No?
I mean, you would, you know, what happens.
Yeah, no. I get what you're saying.
So a question, we had prioritized those 3 interchanges, recall that? Bassett Road, Putnam. So we're gonna keep the priority on here, same? Okay.
yeah.
So we can start with that, right?
Yeah, I have it.
That's
So,
where we start.
number 2 is number 1, number 3 is number 2, number 4 is number 3, okay? And then number 5 is going away. So number 6 would be the Edgewood 7, it's staying on as probably the highest priority. So what do we want next? Probably the 3 that we combined. What do you guys think? The 333?
Yeah.
So do you see this
Skyline,
item?
That ties
4
into
above
a lot of the
the
other.
Skyline, Bee Hill, and
Yeah,
to us, that was a big public safety issue. So maybe we put that as number 4. Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be 7, 12, and 14.
Yes, you got it. So that'll be number 4. Okay. So next for number 5, I think we need to put Appaloosa and Steeplechase because we're trying to get grants instead of using operational.
Okay.
So, which one is 100% designed? Is it
Appaloosa.
Appaloosa.
So that'll be number 5. Steeplechase number 6.
You know, since Appaloosa is pretty much ready to go, shouldn't that be priority number 1 to get the funding?
I know, I thought about that too. I was like,
I mean, that's the closest to completion.
Well, Edgewood, the trails are the same thing.
Yeah, well, and the trail, yeah, I mean, the
See,
trails.
so if we look at it like that, then,
But they do want the big projects.
yeah.
They do.
So that would be about 2.5 million for those two,
Yeah.
almost 3 million.
Now, can we loop Appaloosa and Steeplechase together?
No, you don't, we don't want to do that.
Okay.
Kay's got a comment.
Yes?
I want to remind you that ICIP is due August
Mhm.
19th, and perhaps Appaloosa can go on that for funding with the ICIP.
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea too. Okay, what do you guys think about access to Poker Draw Park? I guess it's a trailhead, but it's really more along the lines of getting access to Poker Draw Park.
Are we doing it from?
Number 13,
Does that involve road building or is it just the trailhead parking area?
just the parking area.
It would,
It's got a
it would
trail.
require us, I mean, that trail's gonna need quite.
There's a small amount of road work there too, because where that vacant land is, where you could put a trailhead, there's a gap of 100 feet, 200
Yeah.
feet, something like that, small amount.
That, and then you would have to purchase some land.
It's right away or property?
Property.
A property, because there's nowhere to put a trailhead right now without purchasing the property vacant.
I think we ought to put that under trails because it's kind of got some.
That's more of a trails project, absolutely.
Okay. And then the CR2 design and construction, that's Barton Road.
That's into section 32,
Into
isn't it?
32.
Right?
Yeah, I would put that priority under the windmill though, because the windmill is a better way to get in there. Just
Okay.
Personally.
Okay, I see his strategy here was getting us access to the parks, is what he was doing. North frontage road from Cedillo Hill to Moriarty. Well, of course, we would only have the portion that is in the town, but, so
You
that,
know, that's kind of important to the I-40 interchange down there, you know, because that would be a way for people to get off there and use the commercial facilities and then head downtown Edgewood, you know?
so
Just a thought.
should we have that as number 7, maybe?
That would put it fairly high, I'm not sure exactly
That's
where.
probably where it needs to go. What do you guys think? Is that okay? The frontage road, economic development purposes. Okay, then Windmill Road, multi-use trail design is trail, Frost Road is trail. Okay, I got them all. Except you guys just need to tell me 2 things, the order of the trails and also where we want, oh, never mind, we wanted the frontage road 344 thing looping around Dairy Queen or whatever. That's gonna go right above the trails, so that's gonna be number 8.
I think Edgewood 7 ought to be
Okay.
on the trail list.
So that should be 9. And then what's higher priority? Number 8, Frost Road, number 9, Windmill Road, or number 13.
The nice thing about number 9 is it could connect both Poker Draw and Echo Park.
And can't it connect to that trail system that they're doing statewide or regionally that we talked about in Parks and Rec?
Salt
Because there's
Mission Trail.
funding for that.
That would be more important than Frost because the availability of facilities is now. The Frost Road is a long-term plan because Bernalillo County is coming from the other side, but that's not done yet, so it's underneath Windmill. I would
And
say.
then Poker Draw is the access to section 32, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Poker Draw is the other name for Section 32.
Okay.
That's just talking about that same property.
So that the access trail had to get in there.
Right, yes.
Okay, so what is more important, 9 or 13? Or do we combine?
I'd combine those. Now that you're looking at it.
Yeah, I would probably combine.
What do you think, Ben? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so combine 9 and 13, that'll be number 10. And next we have, what's more important, CR2 or frost? Because they both go under windmill.
Frost would be up on the upper part of the northern side. Yeah.
Way out north, right?
Yep.
Away from section 16.
And Ben just alluded to the fact that we would have to basically, like if we did it, we'd still have to wait for Bernalillo County to meet it.
Santa Fe.
Santa Fe County,
Sorry.
I'm sure they'd jump in.
Yeah.
Bernalillo's already committed that they're coming this way.
Yeah, they've already started it.
Yeah.
They have pieces of it already in place.
So,
And-
and
Okay, so-
then us, and then Santa Fe County.
It goes all the way down Frost and all the way down 344 to connect to what we already have.
Right.
So that's the long range.
I think CR2 is more important than frost because it's access to 32. I mean, it's access to our park, right?
Yeah, and Bernalillo County is building part of the
Okay.
road as well, right? Up to a certain part, and then we would take over from
Yeah,
there.
the other issue with CR2 is that Barton is a mess even getting there. So
Yeah.
Okay. So even with this, I think when we get to strategic planning and if there's pieces then parts that are missing, the funding is gonna continue to go on so we can add in applying for grants later, you know. Some, I know like there's a DOT or a federal transportation grant that you were saying starts only at 100 million, right?
Yeah.
So, like, basketball. So what will happen there is they will maybe do another round with a lower threshold, right?
They'd be under phase 2.
Yeah, exactly, phase 2. So, okay, I have them in priority, so,
Email them to us.
I guess we have to do our motions, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to prioritize the following grant requests. And I'm going to name them in order, okay? So starting with number 1, stop me if I go too fast. So, whoops, gosh, I keep hitting this mic, sorry guys. Starting with number 1 is 2, 3, 4, 7, which includes 12 and 14, okay? So number 4 is gonna be 7, 12, and 14, okay? 5th priority is number 15, Appaloosa. 6th priority is 16, Steeplechase. 7th priority is North Frontage Road from Cedillo Hill to Moriarty for economic purposes.
What's the number on that?
10.
Okay. 8.
I'm looking for 8. Did I skip an 8?
Number 1.
Yes, you're right. Thank you, Kate. 8 is number 1. 9 is number 6. Edgewood 7. And 10th is going to be items 9 and 13. 11th is number 11. And 12th is 8. So I make that motion to prioritize them in that order for the grant requests.
I'll second.
And so Donner seconds. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next is the 2022-23 interim budget approval for submission to Department of Finance and Administration. And I just want to point out that this is the interim budget approval, and there have been past years during COVID, etc., where the clerk just submitted the previous year's budget. I'm proud to say that our staff has worked really hard to bring the Stephanie and Amelia, thank you so much. And I know Kay as well has been involved in this process too, and so thank you, Kay. I think it looks really great. I love the spreadsheet that they put together, and just showing us, the prior year actuals, the current budget, year-to-date actual, and then the requested budget, and what to increase the dollar amount by. And so we can go through this, and Stephanie, do you want to just lead us, or Amelia, whoever wants to lead us through this? But we should review it and ask any questions. We do have the chief online with us, so if we have any questions for him, we can ask.
Can I add something?
Yes.
I just want you to know that Amelia did the spreadsheet on her own.
Good job. Yeah.
So Amelia's gonna go over it with us.
You can.
And I can read it.
Amelia, do you have a background in construction or engineering?
So at the beginning on page 1 is your revenues, and what Amelia did was go and increase by 5%. That's a conservative number on your, all your taxes, your permits. And as you can see on the last column, increased by this dollar amount, those are the 5% increases.
5% for GRTs. And the other revenues are just kind of based off of where we're at right now. So they're not, the other revenues aren't quite 5%, but looking at year to date, we kind of went with a general number of what we think we're going to get by the end of this year. And then we can adjust more if needed later.
And just to kind of explain that, the requested budget column, that's only if there's a change to that, right?
Yes.
So let's take an example, under licenses and permits, kind of almost midway, you see how animal licenses requested budget has just a dash, there. That doesn't mean that they're requesting zero revenue. It just means that there's no change from the current budget, that it wasn't necessary to have it changed. So, do you guys still have that extra copy that they could have? Would Sherry could look at?
Okay. Now it's making it.
Is that my
reading time?
Yeah, it's kind of small.
You know what, Sherry? Sherry. Madam Chair?
Yes. What are you gonna call me next? Daisy?
Wait for dinner.
Daisy.
Oh, no.
You might talk a little bit about the compensation.
Go ahead.
That's a new source of funding for the towns.
Sorry.
So that began about September, and it's part of the GRT that we get. And the definition is compensating taxes imposed on persons using tangible property and in some cases services in New Mexico on which tax has not been paid to New Mexico or any other state. So this tax compensates for the absence of gross receipts tax on the purchase of property use. So because we didn't budget for it before, we need to now.
And on top of that, we're probably going to start receiving other funds from the cannabis, which is not on here either. So, two different sources that, in a positive for the town of Edgewood.
Okay, so this page here goes over all the revenue. Any questions on revenue or concerns, changes?
Can I ask a question then, too?
Yes, of course.
I'm looking at the municipal court fines, and it looks like there's requested budget of a 31,000 increase. I'm not sure why, does that mean, shouldn't that be revenue, or?
It's on
No, that's just the total, and this is the increase here, this one.
Oh, so it's only $236. So I thought the requested budget was the increase.
That's only if that category is changed.
Oh, I see,
So
so
the-
it changed from 30,960 to.
Yes.
I got you. Okay, thanks.
Yep. And then the second page is on the back. Okay. Any questions or comments there? Okay, let's keep going, because there's a lot to get through.
Page 3 again, as legislative, which is your self-assessment. There's your salaries, and of course, the deductions, the benefit section that is the town's portion. And then there's your mileage and per diem. We didn't put anything in gas and oil because we would either reimburse your mileage or you would have use of the town vehicles.
So under the employee benefits, it looks like there's a requested increase of about 12,000 in employee insurance.
Yes, sir, and that's.
I did the same thing a while ago.
I'm sorry. Yes, that's because there is an increase to the PERA this year and also an increase to your benefits. Your Presbyterian has gone up 7.9%. So we had to increase the benefit section of this part because some of you are taking advantage of a benefit package.
So if I'm reading this right, the current budget is 23,000, and you're requesting 35, difference of 12. So that's an actual increase in cost to us? It's not more coverage?
Yes, so we have more people enrolled now in the insurance than we did before.
Okay, so it's not just an increase, because that would be a huge increase.
It's an increase to rates and additional coverage for more people.
How many more people have been added? 2 more?
2 more employees.
And how many were on it before the 2 were on it? Oh,
So now there's 3.
instead,
This is just the section concerning the commissioners.
So Jerry, this one is only that department.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, one area I wanted to ask about that came up in our meeting that we had was on the, I think it was maybe non-cap, but it was the computers, I think. Is that the non-cap? Okay. So obviously we won't have, the expense of the computers again. So I don't know if we should decrease that or if there's anything else we might need. I don't know.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, we left it at that price because we, in case we had to replace, we've already replaced one. So we left it for the in case, but you're welcome to decrease it.
I think we could decrease it down to maybe 2,000 just in case, because we have warranties, I'm sure, on them. And I just can't really think of anything. We have expenditures coming through the EOC, but I can't really think of any equipment that we would need specifically. Well, what about the sound? Well, that would just go through the IT budget.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be legislative.
That wouldn't be part of the legislative.
Because it would be used for more than just us. So it's
If
not
anybody
just.
uses that room.
But
It would come out of our F&A, which is your next section, and that's
Oh.
administration.
Okay, guys, so what do you wanna do? You wanna drop it, leave it?
I think we leave it.
Leave
Yeah.
it? Okay, just in case. Alright,
I can always do a block, I can always do a block.
if we don't use it, let's do it. Finance and administration.
And then it's finance administration, which is, all the town hall employees, for, town administrator, the clerk, our finance, and our, administrative assistant is, well, and IT. This is falls under this, as far as the salaries and all of the benefit package at the top. And then, again, we did the 5%. Increase to the salaries, which then, of course, makes a difference in the benefit sections.
Wait a minute,
This seems really high. How did we get there?
Madam Chair, if we're,
We included the new positions,
Which new positions?
finance manager
Okay.
and,
Town manager.
Town manager.
Increase the,
and the clerk, at the market value,
But they were in there last year.
not at the market value.
you have to budget in what?
We voted them to be in there last year, didn't we, Sherry?
You did, but did he just submit, did he want it? I mean, the budget from the previous year?
Because we still have a clerk and about the same, actually, maybe even lower. And because the clerk treasurer is split into finance manager and clerk now. And so then we've got, town manager, which we voted on for budget last year.
Plus the
Town
search
manager.
money.
So there's really, there's really shouldn't be such a huge increase, but
I mean, a finance manager alone is gonna take up a majority of that increase. I don't,
Okay.
I actually think it's low.
and then for the raises maybe.
Yeah, with the raises and the positions that are posted, I almost think it might be a little under, but that's,
we added the finance manager, and then we increased the town manager, salary in this.
Yeah.
And again, across the board, 5% increase.
Well, the thing about it was we voted for that same, they probably don't know we're having a meeting. We didn't increase the amount, but I don't know, somehow the amount total didn't get in there last year, so. Okay, all right, let's keep going.
well, we
Last
just
year we
fixed it
had
now.
2 admin assistants, and this year we have 3 admin assistants.
You know,
Mhm.
oh, in actual, because we had a temporary? Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking for budget to budget.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a question,
Yes,
and it kind of keeps bothering me a little bit, but we gave the employees 5%, but yet, the benefits are costing them 8.5, so they're 1.5, they're 3.5 in the hole.
But does that include
No.
the added people, or is that just the percent over increase?
That's a percent over increase.
Is 8%?
Yeah.
Amelia can,
It was 7.9 for,
It was 7.9 for medical and 9% for life. But when you think about the percentage of your medical versus percentage of your overall annual salary, the numbers, the 5%
Is adequate?
is, yeah.
So it's a
Just
net
enough.
0?
no, they're actually to the positive.
A little
In
bit.
some cases,
In
to
some
the
cases.
positive.
the higher paid,
In the
employees
lower
will have
cases, it's
more of
probably
an increase than the ones with the lower. Exactly.
Right.
Yes. Exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, the lower.
So the lower ones
The lower
are taking
just
in
see
their
less of an increase.
Well, there aren't a lot of them right now, honestly. I mean, in other words, the higher, you know, we're still hiring directors, town manager, clerk, you know, we're still hiring them. So they're not gonna get an increase, they're just gonna get what they negotiated to come in at. They're not getting a raise because they're not hired.
I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
He's
I thought
he's
you meant
bringing
the
up-
higher.
No, I'm talking about the lower ones.
Yeah. He's bringing up the point. that
You're
the
talking
lower
about
paid
some that are making
employees-
$20 bucks, $16 an hour. The raise is not enough to handle the increase.
Are there some in the, that are going negative? I didn't think
No,
there
we're
were.
in the negative, but
No.
But it'll be about a break even.
yeah, for the lower. And we do, in this salary, we do have our temporary position, we kept that salary in there. But yes, the higher paid employees will see more of a pay raise than those that are the lower paid employees.
Can we track that for June of next? Actually, for December, and kind of give us an idea of how much difference is between, because if you did this spreadsheet, I know you can add that into the other ones on the employment side, okay? So let me know what the cost differences are. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, guys, what else?
So we all go down and again, we did increases, as we saw based on the past history of your gas and oil. We did have increases, if you go down to 100-402-45900, your other contractual, with the new board docs or iCompass, and we had to increase those because we're going to be having annual service charges.
On contractual,
Yes,
in which account?
402-45900. It's almost
Okay.
at the bottom of the page.
With the little note off to the
Yes.
side, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, that's the IT
Yes, it is.
and the iCompass, okay. I heard.
So that 49,000 is for Steady Networks?
Yes, and Office 365, we had give some more licenses. So that's the cost, the annual.
How is Steady Networks paid? Is it by the hour?
Monthly.
Okay.
So they get a monthly consulting flat fee whether we use them or not?
Yes. But they also, if I'm correct, because I utilize Steady Networks in my business, and we use a couple others that do the same thing. They actually monitor our networks, making sure that no viruses and things of that sort. They do a very high level service, and they'll come in and they'll audit everything. They're worth it.
And they do come in and, we can't have our IT person do 24/7. And so they do backhand with his work when he's not able to.
So we're paying them 4,000 a month that we weren't
No,
paying?
it's not 4,000.
49,000?
That's for all 4 items.
Plus our other.
You guys remember iCompass is a sizable amount of that as well.
What would you think that Steady Networks portion of that is?
I think it's like 1,700 a month.
1,700.
Yes. Was it? I'll have
Cheaper than an
I'm doing
employee.
my memory, so don't
Yeah.
hold me to it.
Like I said, we have other ones combined in this one too, other contractual.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's part of our cybersecurity.
so like all the phishing, all the security and everything, they're the ones that really handle that and make sure our systems are up to par.
Okay.
They run 24/7. It's not a.
And they also, Jesus has had several Zoom meetings where we sit with them and we're learning the phishing, and so they provide that
To the employees.
so they know what to look out for too.
Okay.
And they're local, so they're an incredible company.
We did, look at their presentation too.
Yeah, their presentations are really good. But
Okay.
they're worth every bit of that.
All right,
Madam Chair?
next page. Yes.
How come we don't have an IT line?
We do. Oh, well, no, we actually don't. That is something that they have been looking at adding. But they need to check DFA's mapping first to see about how they can break that out. So maybe for the final budget, you guys, we could,
Yeah,
I know Jesus has thought about that, and so
it'd be a lot easier to go through this and say, okay, what's by doing that?
what's IT?
Do that.
Okay. But for this one, we'll submit it without that, and then for the final,
Yeah.
we'll add in that detail.
It won't change the bottom dollar amount, it just kind of detail.
Okay.
And page 5, you'll see there are a few changes. We did take the promotion of those grants, and we moved that dollar amount to the Parks and Rec, which is the first item. And to the VFA programs, we're looking, again, what we want to do in this budget is, as you get a grant, we are going to assign an account code to it, and that way we can follow those grants exactly as we're paying out of them. Once we receive it, we'll have it signed, and then it makes it so much easier for me to track the payments, and then we're able to know, which would be good for your finance manager also, and they'll work together on those.
Has Jesus looked into grants on the IT side?
I'm sorry?
Has Jesus looked into grants on the IT side?
I don't know.
Because that would pay for a lot of the iCompass, Steady Networks, that kind of stuff. That those services are available as well. I'll talk to Jesus about it.
Okay, thank you.
If we go down to where it says Palms / NM, as I know, Mexico Self-Insurance Fund, the town had a contract with Palms for $10,000 a year. And it was insurances and very limited training. I have been working with Downey & Company, who the person was the deputy director for the self-insurance fund as far as the training. And would like to go into contract with them because they do have more detailed training for all of our employees. And they can do audit of our locations for compliance. And so I think it was only to be about, they revised, I think it's $23,000 a year versus the 10, so it's about $50,000 more for what we're going to get from the fund versus, or from Downey & Company versus from Palms. What we've also, on the next line item, what we've done is all departments have a line item for postage, and it's very hard to track it. Everybody still comes into the office to use the postage machine that's there, so we've taken it from all the departments and put it back, and just put it in F&A.
That makes sense.
Stephanie, can I ask you what that insurance covers?
For Mexico Self-Insurance, it covers our buildings, our vehicles, insurance, it covers liabilities. We can get our bonding for our different types of bonds for them. And workman's comp.
The 205 on contracts. What is that one?
Admin fees and contracts, so we, in our GRT, we have to pay admin fees and our contracts, which are our loans. So we have to track them per DFA in our system. So if you look on other operating costs, which is 47211, we're reallocating this 390, which was budgeted, and we're reallocating part of it into the admin fees and contracts in F&A, and there's also admin fees and contracts in the capital projects and in the wastewater. So it's being reallocated the 347,000.
Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Wait.
Okay.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Ask away.
I have a.
Just don't wait too long. We're gonna be here all night.
That's all right, you brought breakfast. The turbine. I have a question on that.
That was the one that Kim and I were looking at as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is that offline now? Is it online? Is it working?
No,
Or is it just turning?
just turning. Turning.
So it,
Why don't we let the turbine expert?
Do we know why it's offline?
Because it was purchased way before I was administrator, many years ago. And at that time it was purchased secondhand because they were able to purchase it through a grant, $400,000 grant, was it?
Good Lord.
Yes. And when I was administrator, they never produced any electricity. It cost money to keep it running.
There was one council person who, it was his big deal. He actually tracked it day by day on his computer. And, yeah, it was, anyway, it never worked.
So,
And it never did.
So it
well,
cost-
even I just need to say this. Even Councilor Abrams very recently said that it had saved us all kinds of money out there at the plant.
No, he was comparing the electrical, and I don't know that it evened out what we were paying and what we were getting.
are we being billed separately on the sewer plant? Wastewater treatment plant?
The wastewater will be.
Electrical, is it coming in its own bill?
department.
Why do we have year-to-date actual of 0?
Yeah.
Because there was no activity on it.
There was no costs? They shut it down last year?
I think there was no repair was done.
I remember at one time, one of the little computer on the inside had gone down, and it was gonna cost a fortune to fix it, and I'm sure we had a hard time finding somebody who would come out and repair it out.
But they did have costs in 2021, but then no costs for fiscal year 21-22, which means in that fiscal year at some point they shut it down.
They must have.
Okay.
Well, this is not an income, that's a cost. This
Yeah.
is showing a cost of
know.
$6,000.
That's what I'm saying, they must have shut it down.
I wanna make a point about this, that,
We
there's,
haven't used any of that $6,000. That's what
Go
was
ahead,
budgeted.
go ahead,
We have not
Stephanie.
spent
I
nearly
can't hear you
any
when I'm
on
talking.
that.
Commissioner Powers.
So I remember there's this concept of free money that, oftentimes the federal government will subsidize something like the rail runner for a period of time because it's such a losing proposition. They want you to do it, but they don't want to be on the hook for the long haul. And I remember there was that theory regarding this pedestrian bridge that we're now saddled with and that we have to figure out how to make some use out of. But the same thing was true of this wind turbine. I don't know if it's the location or the application, but I remember that the counselors at the time, some of them did exhaustive analysis and said this will never pay for itself. And one of them said, well, there's free money and we can't turn down free money, even if it'll never make sense. So anyway, I just want a cautionary tale. I don't want to go down that road.
Just because they have it doesn't mean you have to spend it.
Anything else, Commissioner Brennan, on that?
yeah, because I was looking at the 6,000. If the turbine was actually operating, producing, the 6,000 would actually, as far as a operational cost for that turbine, considering its age and the way most of the parts for it are obsolete, hard to find, makes them expensive, the 6,000 would be a little on the low side. But if the turbine's not operating and it doesn't work, and we're not going to spend the 6,000 because we're not going to fix it, then we should be looking at decommissioning that thing and seeing if somebody else can be talked into, that's a good word, talked into buying that from us. I mean, and you said we got $400,000 to put that turbine in?
That's what I recall, yeah.
It was a grant.
Commissioner
We got ripped
Brennan,
off.
could I talk you into researching this before the final budget is due? Finding out if it's operational, not operational, if we need to sell it, not sell it, get it back in running.
Or should we bronze it?
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
because you
keep
can't
going.
recycle it.
Convert it to a public art project, we'll call it a sculpture.
Okay, the courts. We have the increase in salaries of the 5%.
Yes.
Anything else?
No, we pretty much, except when we get down to below half, full alarm service waste disposal, that's where we had a little bit, we decreased it. We increased it But there was no, we didn't get any information from the courts of any changes that they wanted to their budget.
Okay, all right. Let's keep going then. What's next? We've got animal control.
Animal control, we are making, animal control increases in your budget, and I'll show what was discussed in the increase. Oh, okay. But we do have an increase to their salaries, and again, that reflects all the way down into all your benefits. As you can see, all the account codes pretty much run the same on all of them. The only thing that we had to change to is the uniforms.
Okay, uniforms.
Yeah, uniforms and, and gas and oil.
Okay.
We increased everybody's gas and oil based on where they were, which they were all deficit. So we did put an increase to all the departments that have the gas and oil.
Okay. So we have an increase in your rate per hour to 20, and we have a proposed third position.
Yes.
And so that's reflected there at the 27.
Yes.
Okay. And maybe overtime would decrease then, I think, maybe? In theory, it should.
So if we end up authorizing another position for this, that'll go on as a budget adjustment?
No, it's here.
Oh, it's on there? Okay.
But it's under part-time,
Where is that?
under the second row, 27 to 75. That increase is just missing right there, but it's really an increase.
And if we decide to go full-time, then that would just go, we would do an adjustment up.
Yeah. We'd have to do, well, so Chief was gonna work on that. Let me ask him.
Well, I think going back to your overtime thing, more than we get Chief on, I think there will be an increase overtime still, because we don't know how quickly we're going to be able to get that part-time person. Just looking at the counties and the towns around us, they all have posted for animal control as well.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be some time before we get somebody in there. So I think they'll probably the increase in that will be there.
I wonder with all the volunteers we've had in the past, if we wouldn't be able to draw on some of them, if they wouldn't want to be at least part-time, if not full-time.
Possibly. And then it looks like with the increase in salary, the overtime rate's gonna go up anyways.
I agree. Chief, are you there? Can you unmute?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Just a moment. Yes, we can hear you. So I wanted to find out.
I'm using my phone because the audio on my computer is terrible. So.
Okay, no problem. So we wanted to find out from you about the new position with animal control, if it's part-time, and if this 27 will cover it, and also any other changes that you wanted to discuss about animal control.
So what I asked is for a minute to figure the part-time animal control ACO for two different ways of putting it for you all. One was for a 24-hour work week, and the second was for a 32-hour work week. The 32-hour work week actually included benefits. So initially, 24-hour work week would put us with an extra ACO for 3 days since they work 8-hour days. So I think that'd be an extremely beneficial starting point. At which point, as the town population increases, as the call volume increases, we could then transition to a 32 and then ultimately the 40. So I think that's a really good starting point as far as the 24. The 24, I believe, was less than 24-hour work week resulted in less than 27,000. I don't have the number in front of me. And I don't believe that the overtime would increase, just based off the fact that initially this part-time position would be on the FTO program, learning the ropes and everything. Not really taking part into that additional overtime.
Okay.
So I budgeted for 32-hour work week and including benefits. So if you want to change that, we can. Also the overtime increase because the salary is increased.
Okay. So I'll go
Yes.
ahead and make a motion to decrease this particular line item down to the recommendation by the chief. And you can go ahead and make that change if it's approved. Do we have a second?
What is the recommendation?
Yeah, she did it the way that he asked.
It's 27.
No. She
Yeah,
needs to
30.
change it back down.
To 24 hours.
So chief, you want to do a 24-hour? We're going to start with 24-hour?
I think the 24 would be a good starting point, and then as the town grows, as the call volume grows, we transition to the 32,
So
and then ultimately a 40 and make it a full-time employee when that is necessary. But yeah, I do think the 24 would be an excellent starting point. If they were not working 8-hour days, then it'd be totally different, but since they're working 8-hour days, that actually puts us at 3-day coverage from one person, which is excellent.
That is great. Okay.
So I have a counter argument kind of on this.
Okay, let's wait and see if we have a second, and then we can go into discussion.
So what's the dollar amount he's asking for?
That's
You show 27,275.
right. It'll be less than that.
What?
Amelia is furiously calculating on her calculator.
We're reducing them
So-
32 to 24
32
hours.
to 24 hours.
What would be the harm if we had more money in the budget and ended up?
If Ms. Kay or Mrs. Stephanie has my budget, it's on my budget on the printout. I don't know if they have it in front of them or not.
Yeah, they do.
It takes it to about 20,000,
Okay.
25.
Okay.
So what would be the
So
harm?
there
in
are
having-
other things
Just
that
leave
they're
it alone.
requesting, like storage and other things that they need that we can give them with that money. And if
With
it's
$2,000.
increased- If it's increased, then, he's saying as the growth in the numbers increase, then we can increase the position when it's needed. But right now, 3 days is good.
I thought that my impression from the animal control officers was that they were already short-staffed without any growth.
Well, I
Should
mean,
we wait for the second?
Either way, what you guys are arguing is good with me. It's beneficial to us. It's good.
okay. Sorry, Commissioner Donner, go ahead.
All right. So my argument versus with a 32 versus 24 is you're going to be able to attract a higher quality candidate. You might even be able to get somebody who's semi-retired or
At
you know,
32.
just started a family and wants to work less hours. I think a 32-hour person, you will attract a better candidate. 24, it's going to be a lot harder. You might get somebody that's more green. I just think at 32, you're going to be able to attract a better candidate. Having worked in the staffing industry, the more hours you can work, the better. And usually the better candidate you're going to get.
Also, Mayor and Commissioners, if you left it at the 32 hours, you do have that extra money should something come up later on where we have to increase one of the account codes for whichever. But we did, as you can see on the slide, we did put into all of their requests that they had. We did increase for the packages. And we increased, we went along with Chief Olato's presentation.
And it would just give the full-time guys even more coverage.
And-
They have young families.
Yeah, I'd leave it there.
Yeah, I'd leave it.
Okay, and then
Like I said, it's win-win for me.
where is the storage reflected that they had asked for?
Are you asking under which line item?
I was just asking where in the budget the storage that they were requesting for storage, you told me?
Yes. Give me 1 second, I'll find it. it's under furniture and fixtures.
It's the second to last.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay, got it. All right, let's keep
Oh,
going.
non-cap, yeah.
So we are leaving it over 30 shows.
Yeah, we're leaving that budget the way it is. And then, police is next, so go ahead. Yes, Commissioner
Do you need to
Brennan.
withdraw your motion?
I can withdraw the motion, that's fine. So for the minutes, you can state that I withdrew my motion.
I didn't get who second one.
It
No.
didn't.
Lack
And
of-
we
lack
didn't
of a
really
second.
pause, we just kept on going.
So page 10 then is police department. Again, the only 5% was on your administrative assistant is the only place we changed that in the salaries. We left because I know that the chief had several requests, and we have not increased salaries. We did, I can leave that section and go on to the rest of it. We did add all of his requests, such as his tasers, his firearms, his holsters, the increase to ammunition, the increase to gas and oil. We did everything but salaries. We did 5%.
Yeah, we did.
We did salaries at 5% for Nina, and the chief requested.
What was that about the chief requested?
What he requested was his at the last.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yes, Chief, go ahead.
can you slide the microphone closer to them? Because I'm hearing like a lot of echo.
Talk louder?
Talk closer to the mic.
So what they were asking is if you had included the 5% increase in the salaries, and the answer was yes.
Yes. The 5% was for the administrative assistant, and 5% for the officer.
Can you hear them, chief?
Can you hear me now?
I can barely hear, but I'm trying to make it out.
It's that mic.
Probably needs to be turned up, Jerry.
Okay.
Try it right up here. Just step in.
Okay. So 5% increase was for the administrative assistant, and then we looked at salaries. The sergeant would be at $35.86. An officer would be at $31, which was in his handout. And then we kind of have it open for the lieutenant, and haven't discussed it, approximately what he would be paid, so we.
The lieutenant's not in there.
Yeah, your lieutenant's not included in your salaries, because we don't have a job description, and we didn't have that, that was what was coming up with the lieutenant. Should you decide, then we would do a budget adjustment.
Okay, so Chief, this is something on the lieutenant position that, we recommended to include into the budget. Is that something that you were able to research?
Madam Mayor, no, I was not tasked with the lieutenant, looking into lieutenant, that I'm aware of. If I did, if I was, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
He wasn't, it was Sanchez.
Okay. All right, so what would the commissioners like to do here? Just make a motion to add it in, or change a position, or wait till the final budget? What do you want to do?
I have a question about where we are. We've had a lot of discussions about retention pay or meritocracy in terms of creating new position for upward mobility within the department. Do we have any of that factored into the budget?
We do for the retention pay, but the,
Mayor.
I saw a highlight on here.
That was a highlight saying it wasn't added in the budget. We can add it if you all agree to it, but it was just, we didn't know if it was gonna.
We didn't know if it was gonna be agreed, it was just proposed.
Correct.
Madam Mayor, I believe the reason it wasn't added to the budget is because it's based off years of loyalty, so it would differ from every single officer that we have.
Yeah, I mean, I guess before we add it in, I'd like to see the program as how it's gonna work, because we were talking about a combination of longevity pay with upward mobility, not just based on how long they've been there, but sum total. Huh.
Commissioner Bowers, yeah, the one that I had pushed forward was a proposed loyalty retention pay chart. That's what I had included in my initial budget.
I see that here, Chief. So is this not, what do we do tonight won't be set in stone and prevent this, we can add it later?
We can add it now. We can add it later.
Chief, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How many of all the officers, how many of them are under 5 years with Edgewood PD?
Well, with the exception of Sergeant Urbina and myself, there's all of them. We're the only two that have over 5 years here.
It's a good incentive to stay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to kind of reiterate that, I know I brought this up at the last meeting too, that this is something that has been very important to me for the past 2 budget seasons. It got blown off, and so I do not want this to be forgotten. And so let's get it done. What do you need to see, Commissioner Powers?
Well, I guess what I'm thinking is I would sure like to see the promised, structure that would allow for both rewarding longevity and tenure with the department as well as their performance and meritocracy. So it would look like some pay for longevity just for being there a certain number of years, but also in order, if they perform to certain standards, they would get a promotion into these new created positions. We'd all discuss that. So I guess I would like to see that before we actually approve the increased pay for that.
I'll agree with you. I think we need to see those things, but I think in order to stay competitive with the departments around us, because they're all, Lawrence County is higher than we are right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I think it's vital. We increase these guys' pay to be
I can see that.
competitive, and then I agree. I think there should be some other factors keyed in, and they can control how they get promoted and those things.
Yeah, so
I
what
think
they
it gives
do-
them a path forward.
So what they do counts, and they know it counts, and they can increase their well-being through performance and meritocracy.
Absolutely.
Well, I understand what you're saying, because also we've got the added burden of the state police recruiting ostensibly from out of state, but it's gonna draw from our departments or local departments. So I see what you're saying. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Yeah.
And Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I would absolutely love to add specialty pay and other items as a request, but I just didn't want to ask for too much. That's why it's not on there. Well, as far as specialties and other areas of requests, I would absolutely love to throw that on there. I just didn't want to throw too much at once, since we're playing catch up as far as the salaries are concerned.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to make this approved to add into this budget. I'm gonna make a motion to approve a loyalty and retention bonus program and 1 lieutenant position, which would be switching over an officer position to lieutenant, right? Is that the way it would go, Chief?
I'm sorry, ma'am, can you rephrase the question? Can you ask me a question
Would
again?
it be, for a lieutenant position, would it be moving an officer level budget to lieutenant or sergeant position to lieutenant? Either way, but I don't know how many sergeants you must have, but we need to.
So I would assume that you'd be moving one sergeant to a lieutenant, and at which point you are either opening up an additional sergeant position or maybe you can restructure and open up a corporal's position, so you have more of a pyramid.
Okay.
We do also have a detective monitor that's going to be retiring this week, and that is another available position that can be redrafted if that's something we want to look at.
Chief, I would like to ask that you come up with a proposed structure for your department.
I would do that happily, sir.
I think that'll help us all kind of be able to see clearly what it is we are agreeing to in the budget, but that's not taken away from the salaries now, but I think for the final budget, we absolutely need to see a proposed department plan.
And this is something that we instructed Radosevich to work with you on as well, so he may already have something, I'm not sure, I know he's been working for quite a few weeks, maybe he has something to share with you on it.
I definitely have a restructure in mind that I've been thinking about for months, and I'd be happy to push that in front of you all to see what you all think.
Okay, so at this time, then, I will keep my motion to approve the loyalty retention bonus program into this budget before it's submitted. The rest will wait for the final budget, okay, until we have the structure. Do I have a second?
And that, before I go any further, that is keeping the increase in the salaries, correct?
Yes.
I second.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Donner. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Commissioner Brennan.
Yeah, one thing, I don't know why I didn't notice this before I went through it, and it may not be because it doesn't exist, but I didn't see anything in here for any meritorious awards to the officers throughout the year. Is there such a thing for us? Is there a budget for that?
There is not, but I'm sure Chief could bring forward information for us on that too.
Mayor, could you relay what he said to me? What his comment was? I took it behind.
He's asking about meritorious awards
Okay.
throughout the year, and I'm saying that you could probably bring us some recommendations.
Definitely.
Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Whoa.
No? Commissioner Naya?
No, I don't want to talk about that. I want to know where my generator's at.
Okay, hold on. We're voting on this particular issue. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, go ahead. Generator. Where is the generator?
It was not added to the police department.
What do we add?
It's because it's in the grant. It's in the EOC.
Oh,
grant.
you told me that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot. My fault.
Commissioner, and I am going to be pulling that out of Manny's budget for maintenance. That's just a joke. That's just a joke.
He said he's gonna pull it out of Manny's budget. And Manny's not here, so.
Manny's online. You tell him.
Any questions on police? Anyone on police?
I apologize because you did tell me.
No problem.
It's good to
Yeah, I'm trying to keep us moving here.
Tough job.
The next one is your Parks and Recreation. We did the same thing, your salaries were, we didn't need to increase salaries because we have I believe we have it set for 40 hours and, our manager's at 30 hours. So we didn't change the salaries or any of the benefits. And then per diem, we did increase the per diem as per the request from the Parks and Recreation during their presentation. We increased the gas and oil also. The computer, support maintenance, we increased that one, and, from some work to be done on the basketball court.
Well, I have a question. Just kind of off ball. Why do we have gas and oil on all departments?
You know, so I know that was the question on postage. In governmental accounting and fund accounting, you were supposed to have the costs that go to that fund allocated to that fund. Now, postage is very small, but, you know, you're supposed to really have the cost allocated to each fund. And, you know, so that's why. Okay, you guys okay with Parks and Rec?
Let's ask him.
Ben? Nothing? Okay, me?
Now's the time to ask.
Well, they did. They presented a couple times.
We asked them, this is what we came up with.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think they're gonna be pleased.
If I was sitting over there, I'd be asking for everything.
They already did.
We asked for other stuff, but we figured out most of it.
They got an ATV out of it, right?
Well, not out of this.
It's on the
Somewhere
grant.
else.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Maintenance.
Mayor Coswell, go for grants.
Also, it's a utility vehicle, it's not an ATV.
Okay, utility
It's
vehicle.
different.
So maintenance, maintenance again has the 5% increase and it reflects in the benefits. We did increase again for gas and oil and, let's see, what else did we increase? We went all the way down, again, we moved postage, they have nothing in postage. Right, because his presentation, we are already working on that, so the only thing that might reflect in the next budget would be the tractor. Because as Manny said, when you're not getting this fiscal year, so it would, the PO will move to the next fiscal year.
So why are the salaries increased by 32,000?
They added.
First, the wages, there was an increase in wages with the new recruitment that we had.
Increase in the rate of pay or increase in number of?
We didn't have any maintenance people since December.
Okay. So we added people.
No, we recruited the same number of people, but we didn't have,
The rate of pay is higher now than it was last fiscal year.
So that's an actual increase in rate of pay.
For 3 people. 4 people.
And that's about a 30% increase.
Or
Four.
people went and we just recruited that custodial position.
So their rate of pay went up 30%? Is that?
No. 4 people. Oh, you're saying, you're taking the 124, right?
No, I'm taking the 84 year to date.
No, because you can't do that because the positions weren't filled. That's why.
Okay. So it's
They
not
were,
a
they were
30%.
vacant.
Okay.
But that's a
They were
good
telling me his
question.
rate of pay, so.
That's a good question. I was just telling him that was a good question, but it was because the positions were vacant, like you were saying, part of the year, so. But there's still an increase, so you're right about that too. I mean, it's,
Okay.
anything else on maintenance? Whispering over there?
No.
Please share. All right.
Madam Chair, I thought they requested a truck, a new vehicle.
Actually, that's on a purchase order and he is working with the dealership. He was hoping to get it this year. It was in last year's budget, as well as your street minutes. So Maddie has been working with.
Okay.
Okay, planning and zoning.
Again, we have the salaries.
Salaries and what Brad requested for his department is all added in here, except for, he wanted to add an additional $500 to printing and publications, which isn't in here. And he also wanted to add an additional $5,000 in other operating costs to make it 50.
Yeah, the $5,000 is for enforcement actions. So where we've been delinquent, I think in providing services to our constituents is code enforcement. Obviously, that's why getting the officer appropriately hired is important, but the there's $45,000 for enforcement actions. I know a $5,000 increase doesn't sound like a lot, or does sound like a lot, but we probably are going to be limited to maybe 1 or 2 enforcement actions with that amount of money. Going forward, I'd like to consider creating some kind of revolving fund. So when we do recapture monies from a lien and clean, if we do
Sorry, guys.
Sorry, Brad, go
What
ahead.
happened there?
So when we recapture monies from a lien, we can put that money back into that revolving fund. But this is just going to be a starting point. And I know the first project, the highest priority, is probably going to take all of that $45,000, if not more. If there's a determination that there's toxic issues, it could triple. And then we won't be able to even do the action. So just so you know, we've been remiss. I could identify at least 10 properties in the town of Edgewood that should be leaned and cleaned. To be able to do that, we probably need a budget of maybe $500,000. Hopefully most of it we would get back eventually, but I think we just start and see what happens.
Yeah, that's something Councilor Abraham and I battled every single budget. So, and even when there was budget, there was little progress.
I mean, given that we get our money back because of the lien process, is there any reason that we shouldn't give a little more, given it's only 1/10 of what they think it's gonna take?
I didn't hear you.
What I'm saying is, given that we get our money back on these lien and cleans through the foreclosure process, is there any reason that we wouldn't want to put more than 10% of what we think is required in the budget?
Depends on,
That's up to you.
we're staying within a certain criteria,
Yeah.
so,
If we come back later, Brad, and have another one after this initial, do we could do a budget adjustment?
Yeah, and I think what I'm asking the commission is guidance on, do you want to take an aggressive approach and try to solve this problem? Or do we want to just try to chip away at it? I mean, that's a political decision.
I think that's too much for tonight, but I'd like to hear something about the
Right.
nature of what these are, because, if it's overgrown weeds, I don't wanna be aggressive.
Right.
If it's nut houses, we wanna do
Yeah.
something,
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, you were going to get us, I think, 3 lists of.
Yeah, I do have, I will come, as soon as I have a sworn officer, so I can actually start doing enforcement, yeah, I will bring you a list and we'll start getting after them.
Okay, one more question on the salaries. There's an increased amount of 35,000 from the current budget of 87. Is that due to the absence, the budget doesn't include the unfilled position of the enforcement officer?
Correct.
Is that what that is? Okay,
Correct.
thanks.
It's partially that.
Not all that?
No. I think there was increase in
Well,
salaries.
Right, there was an increase in salary when I came in, and so it reduced the amount that was available for code enforcement. So we had to increase this so we could actually, and I want to pay a code enforcement officer a wage that's commensurate with what the job description is.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
KJP, we go to the library, and most of her budget, her presentation relates to some line items which we did, that she was deficit. Again, we did the 5% increase to the 2 positions, which reflects, of course, down into the benefits.
Okay.
She did receive funding for the ARPA funding. We'll be doing a budget adjustment on that. She got, I can't remember how much she received in this funding.
This 8,250 increase library acquisition, was that it?
No.
No, they just took the furniture and fixtures and allocated it to the library acquisition.
Yes. That was one of her requests in her presentation.
Do we need that much for a library acquisition? Is there that much room?
She does also receive money from the GEO fund, the Go Blond, and the library grants, and now she'll have the IPA. And then she's got the state library grants and aid fund that she receives, that she allocates to the different items in her,
Okay.
in her office.
Okay, well, if she doesn't use it, then I guess it's extra.
Well, I mean, it's not actually an increase.
It's a wash.
Yeah, it's a wash.
Well, the current budget, okay, I see
Yeah.
they just reallocate, no, but what I'm saying is moving from furniture into acquisitions, that's 8,000 more in books.
Yeah.
Well, there's, besides books, digital and keeping up with the computers, and what do you call the books that you rent, digital books, not the paper books. So there's various other, and then she has these programs for children, and keeping up with all the necessary safe things to help the kids be creative in their art room too.
Yeah.
And then the books only have so long a lifespan before they get cycled out and the books get cycled in.
Yeah. And if she doesn't use it, then it's fine. Okay, community center,
Utilities.
just utilities. Okay, let's keep going. Fire protection. This surprised me that this is such a huge increase. Did we find out why?
That's our GRT and what we go to center.
Okay, that's right. That's on the contractual side. Like grocery receipts, taxes, judicial. No changes, Lodgers Tech, no changes, law enforcement protection fund, no changes.
There actually is going to be a change for law enforcement protection fund, and if Chief is still on the line, he can tell you more, but I think they're getting around 57,000 this year.
Oh, do we need to add that change?
Exactly, which is a pretty substantial increase from, currently we're at $26,600, and it's going to increase to $57,000, which is excellent.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and make a motion to increase this line item from 26,600 to 57,000.
The enforcement protection or the,
Down your second, it's law enforcement protection from
Okay.
grant. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Chief.
We kind
Donner.
of blew by that increase on the fire protection. What is that about?
Oh, the GRT increased. So that's why it's like part of the, you guys can explain a little more, but the GRT increases and goes to fire protection.
So that's dedicated GRT to fire protection, so it has to go into the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's like we don't have control of that part. And then municipal streets. Now for this one, my
Madam Chair, can I
overarching.
ask you just one question, please?
Commissioner Naya.
On lodgers taxes. We have one motel?
No, we have the KOA campground, the campground too.
Oh, okay, well, that takes care of something else.
And what about Alta Mays and,
Thanks, never mind. I
you know?
understand that.
Okay. Okay, now on municipal streets, roads, my overarching question is, how much should we budget for general fund to transfer to here?
I haven't added anything there, but usually what we do is at the beginning of the quarter, whatever we need to transfer, we transfer that amount at that time. So I can look and see what we have currently and transfer out of general fund. If it's gonna go up, I mean, we just have to see where we're at. I haven't looked at that.
Okay. Do we have maybe a net difference from last year? Let's see here. Increasing how much from last year?
It actually looks like
So let's see. Let's look at the totals on page 26. So if we have the current budget as 1.4,
Yes.
and we are requesting for 1.1. Is that everything?
We're requesting an increase of the 466 to, yeah.
Oh, wait. So, what would be the total budget requested for
120.
for 23? FY23.
It doesn't add up. The requested budget is less than the current budget.
Sorry, go ahead.
The increase amount.
Go ahead.
The requested budget includes his, request for the dump truck, the water truck, the loader, the broom, and the light tower.
Okay, so I'm asking, so the current budget for FY22 was 1.465 million. What is our current budget request for FY23? Give me a big picture.
1.931.
You add those numbers together.
Okay.
Yes, and so then my next question is, this operational, this dump truck and everything. So the suggestion is to use up, to make general fund transfer that money, for the increase on top of what we're already transferring every year. Do you see what I'm saying? So we have probably a very large transfer in from general fund to roads plus wastewater. And that was my concern the other day because I'm worried that if we rely too much on taking general fund monies over into these wastewater and roads, we're gonna be past what we can do. So already going from 1.4 to 1.9 is $500,000 that we would be using out of general fund cash. You see what I mean? So the commissioners need to know that, like, if we chose to do all that equipment and everything, that we're using up general fund cash. Because municipal streets is not supporting itself. So like, for example, if there was something on here that wasn't high priority, we could put it on our ICIP and try to get it through the legislature and not use up our general fund cash. Do you see what I mean?
Right.
Because to take it, a budget 1.4 to 1.9 is, but it's mostly the equipment, right?
Well, we also have, we have an ICIP item for the motor grader, is that on here?
And Mayor and Commissioners, you do know, as a reminder, they do have that GRT that comes in. It's on page 25 at the top.
How much is that?
Well, year-to-date actual was the total was 318,000 on the upper part, which was the GRT and the property tax, and then the gas tax and the county municipal taxes.
So there's about 420,000 or so of revenue, okay, that offsets the 1.4 million of budget last year. So that general fund is covering about $1 million for streets, okay? And that was always the strategy of the town, that we were bringing in GRT to cover roads and also wastewater treatment plant. But it is a hefty, burden on our general fund. So I'm just a little concerned about that part. I'm thinking if there's anything on here that we could put onto our ICIP, like a dump truck, and
That's not an urgent priority, right?
that's not urgent. And we already have a water truck, it's just that the one, we have two, but the one is a little older. but that can wait.
One is very bad, and we have two crews.
Yeah, and I think the water truck should probably stay on there.
Yeah, when I went out, that truck, the PTO on the truck
What
is going out.
about your buddy over in surplus? Come on.
Let's go do it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm with you, anything that we can not pay out of operating funds which don't recur, I think we should do with grant funds if we can do it.
Okay, let's give some guidance then. Dump truck,
We were
ICIP.
just,
Okay, water truck, let's wait. Loader, is that an emergency? Is that
I think that can wait, we could try for ICIP.
the loader, the ICIP? Broom,
They need it.
they need, I agree, that we need our streets to be cleaned up. Light tower, I think that's probably fine.
Yeah, Matt,
Okay, so going back to water truck, is this cash we wanna use?
I took a trip out there today to go look at the department, and the, Jerry, you wouldn't even use this stuff on the road.
I've used worse.
Trust me,
You know what I did? I fixed it, and then I used it.
I'm telling you, that stuff is neglected.
Well, neglected can be fixed.
Part of
Not
that, part of that is what we heard from feedback from the department people about, that there was a culture of not maintaining the
Yeah,
equipment, but that
They
can
were
be
not allowed
fixed.
to.
And at a certain point, if a vehicle isn't maintained, it's almost more expensive and not cost effective to fix it.
That's right.
And it's
Yeah.
easier, longevity would be better just to buy it.
Yeah.
And furthermore, this stuff has all been second and third hand that they have.
Well, another thing I'll say is a water truck, like how soon are we gonna be able to get one too?
It takes a while now.
It takes a while, so. Do you
Well,
guys
I
wanna,
hope
do
you
you
have
guys
some-
wanna leave it on?
I hope you have some good Band-Aids.
Why don't we leave the water truck on, and then let's
Hey, don't blame me.
see how long it'll take, and put it all on the ICIP. In the meantime, we might get the funds. We could
Okay.
do a bar later and get it out of there.
Okay, so I'm gonna fast track this, okay? I'm gonna make a motion to put the dump truck, water truck, and loader on ICIP, discussions in the future, okay? And we'll go ahead and approve the increase for the broom and the light tower. Okay, do we have a
I'll
second?
second that.
So Powers seconds, discussion. If you want something else, you can make a motion to edit.
Madam Chair, I want to keep it like it is. And the reason again is you can't have people work and do a good job without the proper equipment, period. And the stuff that they have over there is just downright nasty.
I want to do a field trip with you over there and have you show me this.
No.
Okay.
I'll drive it.
And if we need to do a bar later,
Yeah,
then
we can do it.
Okay, any other comments or discussion?
No, I want it as it is. So,
All right, let's take a roll call vote then. Commissioner Powers.
Aye.
Commissioner Naya.
no.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Commissioner Donner.
Nah.
And I vote aye. So we'll do a bar later if we need to. Let's do some homework.
More homework.
And besides, we don't even know the amount of burden that general fund is gonna have. It's operational dollars. So you gotta remember that, this is capital money.
I
We're
understand
using
that.
operational for.
I understand that.
So we gotta be very, very cautious what we use our operational dollars for.
I totally
They
understand that.
kinda disappear like that.
But we still gotta keep the doors open. We still gotta keep doing
Okay.
services to our
I'll
people
go,
in the town of Edgewood.
I'll go with you and we'll report back. How's that?
Voted aye.
What's wrong with my word? You don't like my word?
If this isn't a monarchy.
I've seen that water truck.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, guys, we gotta keep going. Animal shelter, I don't see. This is the donations, so we need to go over that. Grants. The American Rescue Plan, which actually might be double this, but we'll see when we get there, right? Okay. And then the capital improvements. We have the GRT infrastructure, taxes, revenue coming in. And we're increasing that a little bit, the 5%. And then the operational cost is the same, admin fees and contracts. And then capital projects, that mostly all gets filled in when we have the money. But you guys can touch on,
I didn't make any changes to it, and I have to get to together and look to see what we've got going on, and yes, add as we need to.
Okay. Yeah, because I do see some like maps, that might be from the past, but I think that deadline was missed. And so we may not have. And you'll have to see the balance on this lake grant and things like that. Okay.
Page 33, the continuation.
Page 33.
That's all the way to page 36.
Okay, so page 36. Geo bond.
For the library?
So this is property taxes that is collected, provided to us, and then we pay the principal and interest on the geo bond that was from the roads. Thank you, Brad.
I'm sorry, I was.
I said, thank you, Brad, for the geo bond for the roads, right?
You're getting credit, Brad, just nod.
I'll
Just
say,
say it.
oh, no, I'm proud of that, yeah. And that was the voters of the town of Edgewood.
Yeah, the town was fully behind that, I think. Wastewater, what do you guys think? We have environmental GRT, so we have a little bit of GRT coming in. I have 127,000 for that 5% increase, which of course could be more, but we're being conservative on our revenue. Not a lot of changes here. We still have the open position for operator. Okay.
There's, I did talk to Jesus, and there's I can't describe it, it's an electrical panel that is in the bathroom, and it has corroded badly, and he feels that if that fails, the computer system in the plant will fail too. And that it's going to take about $10,000 to move it, put it in a office where there'll be less corrosion. And
Did you say it was in a bathroom?
Yes. I believe it was in a bathroom.
The spot where there's the most.
It was originally put there. And
Computer.
he warned me that I would like to have it replaced and moved so that we don't have a power outage and have a computer failure, because they monitor the plant activity off-site many a times.
Where would it be moved to, Kay?
Their office.
Is that, because everything in that building is subject to the atmosphere of that corrosive chemicals they're using, I'm wondering if they should put it outside. It's a control box or it's a electrical panel?
Electrical.
Those can go on the outside of the building.
You know, don't hold me to it, but he felt that the best place was in the office.
And who is he?
Jesus, because of the corrosion was really bad.
I've been in and out of that plant, and so have you. Do you know exactly what he's talking about?
I'm not sure.
I do,
I
because I
don't.
remember that from back when I was the administrator.
Yeah, but
And
I mean,
I remember looking at it and I thought, wow, that's a very odd place to place it.
and you're talking about the computer server?
No, it's a panel for the electrical. Because if the power goes out, then.
Electrical panel that's,
In the bathroom.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that.
yeah.
But
Because as many times I've been in that and fighting with the electrical and everything else, I've not seen that.
I remember this from the past, and so, if we do need to replace it before it goes out. That's,
Okay, we'll go look at it. Leave it in and we'll go look at it.
no, it's not in there, we need to add it.
Oh, we need to add it in.
Well, then let's add it next time. Next budget.
Okay, so this is actually, I believe, on page 38, for wastewater, under equipment and machinery, added new line item to budget, includes panel package, 28,632, membrane cartridge, 55,800, and a chipper, 13,773. So that might be the panel package you're talking about?
No,
No?
no.
Oh, so that's on top of it. Now again, this is the other fund that we typically have to have a general fund transfer to because our revenue is not enough to maintain it. So we have taxes and charges for services. As the revenue, but we have more expenses. So just realize that anything that we increase on this is gonna have to come out of general fund.
So if I understand this, the current budget is 410, but the requested budget is half of that?
No,
192?
No, it's plus the 260.
it's 410 plus 160.
Where's the total?
There is no total. But it's 410 plus 160.
And the 160 increase consists mostly of what? The equipment, machinery purchase?
The 100,000 of equipment and 200 in salaries, it looks like. And 10 grand for the other operating.
Is this equipment and machinery purchase is something that, we have grants available that we're gonna do that second train with. Can't we take it out of that?
Yes. It's improvements to, the legislative money says improvements to the plant.
But not if you're replacing membranes.
Membranes are,
That's
you have
service,
to replace them.
that's maintenance.
Yeah, it's very, very expensive. 1 year we replaced it 3 times.
The cartridges are different, right?
Yeah.
So,
Didn't we pay for these replacement cartridges out of this last grant?
Well,
yeah,
that,
I think
that was in it.
That might have been.
It was specified in it.
Specified in the loan, maybe. I think you're right, I think that there's.
I think we probably
language.
can. I'll check it out with BHI and just make sure, but I think we can take it out of that next grant.
You're talking the 55A?
No, the 98,205.
No, the membrane, the add-on,
Oh, the add-on. Where is that?
55.8, which is in the 98,
Oh, it's in the 98.
yes.
So are we adding the extra 10,000 or do you want to wait till my budget?
I think we ought to add it and then go look at it.
Add the 10, what about this 98?
I think we ought to run that by, I'll need a list of what that equipment is, so I can run it by BHI and see if it qualifies under that next grant.
But we need a decision tonight though on like a motion.
Do you want to leave it in until we can sort that out and then we can do it more later? Okay.
So the only thing
No, on the
then
final,
we need a
we just
motion is on the
adjust
10 for the electrical.
Okay.
So who said it was 10,000?
Jesus.
Did he felt that way, but he doesn't know for sure?
I think he has checked on it, because, it was,
I'm just saying, the way that electrical is these days, I venture to guess it's probably.
Well, for
But if you're
one,
moving it from one place to another?
yeah, for one thing though, we don't have to use McDade,
Okay.
okay?
All right.
Because on this, we can actually have in-house done.
Okay.
Meaning
Okay.
another electrical
Right.
contractor.
Perfect.
So that's totally
Okay.
different.
All right. That answers my question. Yeah, no, you knew where I was going with that.
Okay.
I had asked them to go and scope out the whole town of Edgewood for weaknesses, and this is one of the things that he had found.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great to look at the risks.
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, I need a motion to add the 10.
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
Add
Commissioner Naya.
add $10,000 more to the budget.
I'll
For
second.
what line item?
Oh, for the electrical,
The electrical box.
I'm moving the electric.
moving the electrical box.
Okay, and what line item is that?
Oh,
It's a line down. 419 48020.
419. 48030. Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I already seconded it.
I heard it.
Okay,
Okay. I
you
seconded.
got it. Okay,
Yes,
Oh, never mind, go ahead. I'll tell you guys that later on.
okay, okay.
I think, remember that IT was never able to present its budget request. And, we're talking about we need to have their own IT line items.
Yes.
But if you look at this information technology printout, second from the last page is the spreadsheet with different colors.
Yes.
And this is due to 5 years of neglect of not replacing workstations. So that he had put in different colors with different age of the workstations, and he has spelled out that majority of them are past where you can have a maintenance contract.
Where's the color code here that tells us
The
the age?
second from the last page,
There's
right
no
there,
color
right there.
So there's no color code on here that tells us what the colors mean?
He was going to explain it, and I'm sorry, I feel like I'm failing him. I did not get that from him. He-
Well, I just think he should have put a legend on here that tells you how old, what these colors mean, so they don't have to
Well,
explain.
these are probably the different departments, that's what it was,
Uh-huh,
different departments,
okay.
Is this a part of that?
Oh, it is.
yes.
Thank you. It's locations.
And this is all a part of that increase, right, with Steady Networks?
No, these are
This is
considered,
completely separate?
workstations for each employee.
This is hardwood.
Is this anywhere in the budget yet?
Because he didn't have a chance to print this. We
Yeah.
ran out of time.
This is all hardwood.
Even if we do half of it.
Do you know the average age of these workstations, if anybody's wanting to replace?
About 6 or 7 years.
It's about 5 years, isn't it?
That's the life on most of them.
About 5.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You could almost take the money that we had in our, allocated for our equipment that we kept on there and put it towards this.
Yep.
Amelia, can you run a total on those columns? They don't seem to add up to the workstation total. Maybe it's because the monitor totals are built in. I guess the grand total is 61, right? Maybe that's what it is.
Okay, look,
Yeah.
4603 plus 1559 is 6163, so there's your totals there. And then he brought it down over here to the workstation totals. He brought all these numbers.
Yeah, he's taking the cost of the workstation plus the monitors.
Okay, the other thing that I'm curious about is, since we have a zero-based budget, if we took all the revenue and then all the expenditures and make sure that we're not over. Remember I was telling you we need to know how much we are able to allocate, how much we're not playing with, but how much we have to allocate. So we can't really answer those questions unless if you know the amount that we are over in our revenue. So let's just say for argument's sake it was $6 million, and we have expenditures already in here of 5, then we have $1 million that we're needing to allocate, or not. Maybe we're already past the 6 million, at which point,
Income versus expenses.
Yes,
yes.
the net loss or gain.
Income versus expenses. Cool, we're done.
Are we doing anything on the workstations?
Well, that's the question I'm asking is, do we have the money or not? I mean, I don't know how much we have difference between revenue and expense.
The CARES Act would allow for a lot of this, right?
Yes.
We can pay for it out of that.
Some,
I remember,
Yeah,
I
I
remember.
think it was like half.
Mhm.
So,
We'll check into
don't
that.
hold me.
We'll check into the IT with the CARES Act, because they're saying that
I think we can.
it's, that the CARES Act can, so for that 60,000 that they need for IT. And especially a lot of it is emergency related too, so, Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, going back to that distribution panel that's corroded, he's got this here on his sheet.
I saw that.
Which page is that, Ken?
So he doesn't have his name pages, but it's in the priority 5 wastewater.
So no pages
Which
or
is-
numbers on this either?
Well, this one does have page numbers, Commissioner Howard, right here.
I'm looking at this one.
Priority 5.
Yeah, no, this one.
Yeah.
What page is that, Ken, or how do you identify?
It's
it?
like 4 pages from the back.
I knew that was gonna come up.
Next time, Kate, can we get page numbers on these?
They do have it.
Didn't I tell you that was gonna
Oh, there it is,
come up?
right there. See, page 17.
All right.
I was right.
God, that is.
So what page
Oh,
is it,
look,
Ken?
it's 17.
Page 17, it's on the little corner.
What a great number. Okay, wastewater.
So, network cleanup. Cabling is not.
There's a huge difference from cleanup and corrosion.
He said it was corroded.
I mean, it is right next to the
I see
safety
no
shower.
corrosion in that whatsoever.
Let's go take a look at it.
Cleanup, I see.
We gotta go out there. and-
Well, we approved it, but it can be
Yeah.
disapproved.
I think it's funny that it's right next to the safety shower.
Right next to what?
The safety shower.
Safety shower.
That can't be that safe.
That doesn't seem very safe to me.
I mean, it looks like it's a distribution point for IT, you know, Cat 5 cables. I don't see a lot of power cables there.
It's not safe.
But you have to take a closer look.
If it goes down, the computer will.
Well, yeah, I see that too.
Okay, guys, so,
Safety shower.
we are gonna have to do a special meeting on, Brennan, the federal appropriation, okay? And we have to do it before the end of the month. And this budget is due June 1st. So I think it is wise for us to check that revenue expense before we, yeah. And then, so let's go ahead and put that on to the next special meeting. And make sure we have a zero-based budget, right? So that we are not going over and, or under, and go from there. We'll triple check the numbers and make sure that all the revenue equals the expense. Okay, so now we have to decide, well, let's go to public comments. You guys are half asleep. I know it's late. So, anyone here? Comments? You're welcome to, okay. How about online? So, we have a few people online.
Seriously?
Actually, we just have one.
And that's the chief.
So Seegers, no, Chief is on here, but I don't think they have comments. Okay, so we'll go past public comment and then go to future meetings. We have regular commission meetings June 7th and 21st. Now, the meeting for June 7th has to be in here again, because that's actually election day. So that's going to be election over at Town Hall in the commission chambers. And then, when would you like to have our meeting before the end of the month? I would say as soon as possible, because their office is going to want an answer quickly.
They haven't called them yet. Don't they have to call you? Are they calling you?
Yeah, they've been calling me.
Yeah.
And you said you were waiting for them.
All right.
Yeah, so he's waiting on them to call.
Okay. Well, something we should still get figured out anyway and approve this budget, so. Okay, so we have basically, oh boy.
I'd say Friday is probably the best.
So I don't know if that gives us enough time. Let's see. Even if we did Wednesday, we don't have enough time, 72 hours. We have to do it Saturday.
I
Join
We're
online.
going to have it, some of our employees are, people will be gone Friday and Saturday.
This is Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah,
We're closed on Monday.
okay.
Monday's the big day in Hubbard.
Okay.
Tuesday's the last day of the month.
Well, as far as the capital projects, I don't think that's as critical for staff. The budget though is important.
What do we have to?
Those two are, they are watching on.
It's Memorial Day weekend. Can't win.
Okay. Well, how do you want to solve it?
I have a question. Can we do a continuation where we don't have to?
I couldn't hear that.
Could we do a continuation to where we can have this Thursday?
I would rather not.
Okay, I'm just
And,
curious.
we have to submit by 5 PM on June 1st. You want a morning meeting June 1st, Wednesday?
Tuesday's the 31st.
Oh, the problem is the federal side, they need to know as soon as possible because they have to get it to their appropriations committee. I think we're gonna have to do Friday or Saturday. I don't even know if Friday we can because we have the 72-hour rule.
And all we're discussing is
31st?
When they have the next meeting?
the 6 million, right?
The 6 million and then the budget needs,
To be balanced. June 1st? No, May 31st.
is
Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, is that gonna give them enough time? That's not,
We don't have much of a choice.
I already have it down for a town
I
meeting.
mean, I don't want them to move forward with
I
it.
kid you not.
What'd you say?
You already have them.
I already have it scheduled.
Oh, it's a recurring in your calendar?
It's a mistake.
It was a lucky mistake.
I have it for 6:30.
Well, that's fine with budget, but the thing about,
I mean, is there a deadline on this other matter? Maybe we could just meet on the budget and get it finalized. And do the other one at the regular meeting.
yes, that's what I'm saying. The federal appropriations on the Senate side, their deadline is the end of the month, which is the 31st by close of business Eastern time. And they're trying to submit it to the appropriations committee now, is what, from my discussions with Lujan's office. So it would be the same with Heinrich. What?
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you guys.
It's just, yeah. Is it the 30? Since his is federal, is the deadline the same?
Yeah, 'cause it's within the Senate,
The US Senate.
U.S. Senate.
Yeah, so per my conversation today with Lujan's office, the Senate side,
Oh,
the
then
House
right.
and the
I
Senate
keep saying
have
Lujan.
different,
Gershon.
the House and the Senate have different deadlines, she told me. But that for them, that theirs is now, and so they're trying to get it submitted.
let's say the worst case, we get this appropriated, and we don't want it matched with the 150,000 because we don't like the scope of work or the requirements later. We don't have to go through with it, do we?
No, it's 1.5 million.
Oh, but I think that that is incredibly rude, and I would never do that. I would never do that.
So we have to buy a pig in a poke, not knowing what the scope of the work is, what we're getting for our money.
No, I think that, you can now, he was already gonna ask for the wording change.
And see what it is. I don't know, there's any way to know ahead of time what the detailed scope of work is gonna be, and that's 6 million. I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
When I was talking to him on the phone, he was leading the fact that once it goes through with the appropriations, there's some other changes they're gonna make, and then he said, we're gonna come out and help you put the rest of this together. So I didn't realize on the Senate deadline, because the way he was talking, it sounds like they had more time.
So
All right, well, let's schedule for the 31st then, and whatever happens on the federal side, so be it. But in the meantime, you can talk to them and, and see what they can do or not do.
What time?
What time do you guys want? Do you want to go 5 o'clock again, 6:30? 6:30 is better for me.
how much is gonna be on the budget? I mean, on the agenda?
So it's gonna be, well, I suppose anything that we need, we'll have to identify right away. Like if there's any procurement or anything that we need, but, as far as this budget, it's gonna be making sure that it's balanced and see if we have any money to allocate.
What I'm saying is it's almost 10 o'clock, we've been at it 5 hours. If it's gonna be another one of these, I wanna start at 5.
Well, we don't have all this stuff on the agenda. It
That's
would be
what I
the
was
budget,
asking, is how much is gonna be on the agenda?
and I answered you.
That we can put on as much stuff as we want.
Procurement, anything procurement, and this, and
If we're
the
judicious
federal.
with the agenda, I think 6:30 is fine. If it's gonna be loaded up, I think we ought to start at 5.
Are you guys aware of anything on the procurement side?
That we need to add on here.
Yeah.
We've done the awards on Echo Ridge. No, I'm not aware of any at this point.
Okay, anything that we need to get voted on?
I can't think of anything right now.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's kept fairly short. I've got plans that way, so as long as it's kept fairly short.
The only thing that
Sounds
was
good.
possible,
Whatever we end up doing.
the only possible thing that I can see that would be on the agenda for procurement would be, Echo Ridge. And that would be pretty fast.
We've got everything awarded except the signs, and we still don't have a proposal from them other than a spreadsheet. Right?
Well, the price is on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, but we need a formal proposal to be able to vote it in and award it. Of course, it's small enough, we might be able to do it anyway.
Yeah.
I thought going in.
And that'd be something that you could
We
push
don't
to
have the gravel, we don't have
the next week.
we don't have that gravel.
No, but we've already awarded what we need to get it kicked off until the next grant agreement is.
Okay, so we're
We're
flush.
good.
Okay, then, I don't know, I don't see anything at all.
Okay, guys. Is that
6:30.
it? Is that it on our agenda? Let me go back. Okay, so we decided Tuesday, 6:30. And the commissioners will let you know if we need to add anything other than the final approval of the interim budget and also, discussion and action on, this federal, again, this federal appropriation.
And whatever you want to add, please give it to us Thursday, not Friday.
Yeah, Thursday morning, by Thursday morning.
Otherwise, we're going to be short of
So,
people.
everybody good? Good night, you guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you guys online.
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned.